My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register a domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wamboi Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because 1. To have a Kenyan identity. 2. Most of the short, memorable and catchy domain names are available for registration. And 3. .ke domain names are affordable.
Thank you very much for your attention and for settling down. At this point, I want to make two very quick announcements. We'll have a breakout session this afternoon about Web3 and semantics. So for those who would wish to listen to that, kindly register at the registration desk. We'll only be able to take about 15 people, but please make sure that you register so that we plan accordingly. Then the second one is on if you so wish, because I realize a lot of people are seeing the great opportunity that we have ahead of us, and you wish to become a registrar, please speak to Joel. Joel, maybe you can raise your hand, and he'll sort you out in as far as becoming a registrar. So thank you very much. At this point now, I want to invite one of our key partners and sponsors, and that's Konza Technopolis Development Authority. That's KOTDA. They'll be represented by Stella Muhoro, who's Chief Manager, Strategy, Policy, and Research. So Stella, you may come on stage, and let's welcome her with a clap. Okay, let's clap for her. She comes. Karibu Stella. Stella Muhoro. Karibu sana.
Good morning. El Nino is finally here. So we are thanking God, especially from the lowlands of Kenya, that is Konza Technopolis. Sisi hatuogopangi El Nino. We actually really look forward because we are water scarce. So join us in celebrating the arrival of El Nino. Okay, my task here is very simple today because I stand here to represent my CEO, Mr. John Paul Okwiri, who was supposed to come and give this address, but was not able to. So he sent me. I've decided to treat that as he has a lot of faith in me that I can deliver as well as he can. So please allow me to give you the remarks by the CEO, Konza Technopolis, during this forum at the Tamarind. So I read, Mr. Paul Kariuki, incoming chairman, KENIC, Mr. Joyfrey Shimanyula, KENIC outgoing chairman, Mr. Andrew Lewela Mwanyota, KENIC CEO, distinguished guests. I'm honored to be part of this important event, the Kenya Domain Name System Forum 2023, where we discuss critical matters relating to cybersecurity and the potential of domains. Before I delve into our shared interests, allow me to provide some insights. Sorry, I have fat fingers. Imepotea. Okay, before I delve into our shared interest, allow me to provide some insights into Konza Technopolis, which I have the privilege of leading. Konza Technopolis is a flagship project of Vision 2030 with a mission to create a world-class smart city and innovation hub dedicated to science, technology, and innovation. The Konza Technopolis Development Authority, KOTDA, operates under the Ministry of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy, and our vision is to become a global technology and innovation hub. Our objectives encompass positioning Kenya as a knowledge-based economy, fostering technology industry growth, generating jobs, and developing sustainable infrastructure. We aim to attract both local and international investment to establish a thriving smart city. So at Konza, we have focused on building an innovation ecosystem in 3 key clusters: ICT and IT-enabled services, life sciences, and engineering. As of now, we have made significant progress in phase 1, which has over 90% investor uptake. It includes setting up essential infrastructure, such as a data center, road networks, power and data cables, and water treatment facilities, among others. Phase 2 of the project is also underway. Notably, on July 18th, His Excellency President William Ruto launched the Open University of Kenya at Konza, a significant advancement in higher learning and research, and this launch signifies a shift towards virtual learning, making a shift from traditional brick-and-mortar universities. Konza is also actively participating in key government digitization projects, such as the Jitume Digital Hubs, the establishment of public Wi-Fi hotspots, and initiatives such as the Tibabu system in healthcare. One of our remarkable achievements is the Jitume Digital Hubs program, where we have set up virtual digital infrastructure in over 1,450 centers across the country, benefiting over 10,000 youth. This initiative has empowered young individuals with digital knowledge, fostering their active engagement in the digital economy and contribution to national growth. Additionally, we are dedicated to setting up public Wi-Fi hotspots to enhance internet last-mile connectivity and expand access to information even in remote areas. During this year's Mashujaa Day celebrations, we launched the Tibabu system, which seeks to unify medical records in public hospitals. And this initiative has often been referred to as the Internet of Medical Things, IOMT, will facilitate efficient medical diagnosis and save valuable time for patients. Now, coming back to the theme of this forum and connecting it to our activities at Konza, you will appreciate the emerging challenges of cybersecurity and its implications. And we all agree that the more we enhance accessibility and availability of internet connectivity, the higher the exposure and risks associated with it. But I want to believe that we are all equal to the task, and we will not curtail our expansion because of the fear of the unknown. Now, we are here to exchange ideas, learn from each other, learn the best practices, and adopt better ways of doing things in order to support the development in the digital space. We are all alive to the recent DDoS attack, but I'm happy to note that because of the robustness of our systems, we were able to overcome. According to the latest Communication Authority of Kenya Cybersecurity Report for Q3, that's July to September 2023, there were some interesting statistics that were shared. There were 123.9 million attacks that were detected. 5.58 million advisories were issued. And the attacks really were system attacks. These were the most prominent attacks. And also, it was noted that web application attacks are also on the rise, which calls for us to be ever more vigilant. So these attacks are also growing globally, not just in Kenya. There was a recent story of Google where they mitigated the largest known DDoS attack ever recorded that had over 398 million requests per second. So the attacks are becoming hands-on in nature, interacting with compromised systems directly. So such have been on the rise with about 50% increase since 2021. So with this increased sophistication in attacks, it has meant that the annual of cybercrime is expected to rise significantly to about $8 trillion annually by the end of this year, and possibly over 10 trillion by 2025. So we really need to focus on working on the cybersecurity. And with business reengineering, there are even more vulnerabilities that are going to come. So we know that these attacks, coupled with other cyber-based crimes, will always be lurking out there. It is therefore for us as the experts to ensure that we remain a step ahead of the game by ensuring secure software development should be at the fore of the applications and systems development teams. We need to have a framework and policy in place to ensure that secure applications are developed, integrating security into the development processes. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish not to make too many remarks. This is actually what he wrote. And I wish to extend a welcome hand to all of you here to come and join us in the Silicon Savannah. And with these few remarks, allow me to thank you all. So thank you very much. Those are the CEO's remarks. Now these are Stella's remarks. How many of you have been to Konza Technopolis? That's 5%, maybe. Apart from Kenik, who has been to Konza Technopolis? Yeah, 0.1%. How many are Kenyans? Konza Technopolis is a Vision 2030 project. It is your project. It is your money. It holds the future for your children and other generations to come. Please interact with Konza. Visit our website if you can't visit physically. When you're down that road, you can't miss Konza, by the way. Just go down Mombasa Road until you find it. It is a public institution. You don't need to know anyone to come in. Interact with Konza. Come and visit. The KBC team, tafadhali. You are late. You need to have been there like yesterday. So I really want to extend an invitation to you. We are happy to be here, willing to deploy everything that we have to be able to grow this space, contribute to cybersecurity, and also bring .ke home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stella Muhoro. At this point, our next session is actually a panel, and I want to invite Davis to come. He'll be the moderator for this panel, and you'll introduce your panelists as you discuss matters, domains, and education. Karibu. So Davis Waithaka is CEO of Elimu Holdings.
Hello, everybody. I think I'm going to call on the stage Grace Githaiga, CEO and convener, Kiktanet. Engineer Alphonse, a small round of Engineer Alphonse Odhiambo, President ISOC. I'm just saying the names, but they're going to introduce themselves. Winnie Rachel, UNICAF. And Nyanjao Kimani, Kenneth. Yes, okay. And a round of applause for probably the most well-balanced panel in the last 48 hours, or 24 hours. So I think I'll give everybody a chance to introduce themselves. Then I think I'll introduce myself last. I think that's how I'll do it. So we'll start from the very end.
Thank you. So, it's still morning. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Nyanjao Kimani. I work for Kenya Education Network. I serve as a system administrator in charge of, I support cloud services and capacity building. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Grace Gidaiga from Kictonet. I head the organization.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Alphonse Odhiambo, representing Internet Society, both global and the chapter.
Good afternoon, everyone. Winnie Rachel is my name. I'm the country manager for UNICAF Kenya. Really excited to be in the midst of IT gurus. Thank you.
And I am Davis Oidhaka. Apart from the hat that I was introduced with yesterday, I'm the CEO Elimo Holdings. It's a company that's taking schools online. But I'm also the vice chair of the Domains Registrars Association of Kenya. How many registrars do we have in the room? Any registrars? Yes, it's time for us to join Drake. So that's a plug. Go to drake.ai and let's organize. Today's panel is about education. I think, let me say two things about the education sector. One, it might be the largest sector in the country. Apart from air and water, other people, we must at least have gone through a school, or we have somebody in our family who's going through school or at a school somewhere, or we are hoping to get somebody who's going to go to school at some point, whether it's a school basic level or tertiary level, whichever it is. And therefore, this becomes a matter of national interest, so to speak. And this panel of mine here is going to give us solutions in today's theme about education and domain name system, what is broken, what can work, what are the opportunities. In fact, I hope, do we have somebody who's taking the minutes? Because when we leave here, we should at least take some slips and start doing some activity and actioning from the wise words that are going to come from this panel. And then at the end of the panel, we'll try and open up. We hope we'll have time. We'll open up because, again, as you said, it's a broad industry, and we'll all have questions that might not be covered here. To start, from our own industries and areas of operation, the education sector, what do we see as opportunities? But most importantly, where do the challenges start? Why? What are the issues between the domain name system and our education sector? And when I say education, not just universities. I know we have Kenneth here. We have 40,000 secondary and primary schools. And I think from Kennick's side, maybe 1,000 of them have a domain registered somewhere there. So where is the disconnect between this country that is so digitized and our schools and their digitization? I think I'll start from here.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, so thank you for that question. I think it's important to note that in today's landscape, when we look at our education sector, Kenya is one of the country that is really rated high when it comes to education outside there. They say if you pass exams in Kenya, then you can pass exams anywhere, right? Through the education system that you go through. And rightfully said, like you've just mentioned, that you find that as much as in terms of the steps that have been taken towards the digitization, we still are back on a lot of things in terms of how people are well know how to use those particular internet information. So when I look at from where I sit, the first things first is in what and the curriculums that we run in our own schools, right from the primary schools to the universities. So you ask yourselves, even in the space that we are in, AI is here with us today. It is going to stay. Some people are shunning away from it. Our own education system has not even embraced AI. It's at a very little percentage. So I think we're really trying to take a lot of baby steps, trying to, look at what can affect the society. But if we look at it from the point of, we need to start teaching these things right from when the child is coming. A lot of people in here have families, and you find that even small babies in the families, they hold the phone and they're able to navigate it. They have not gone to school anywhere. So we really underestimate the power of how we can learn. Our brains can really learn these things really fast. So for me, I look at it from the perspective that where do we engage this right from the start? We need to have this right from primary school, going to secondary, going to university. By the time somebody is getting into the university, they know what digitization is. They are able to access a lot of information right by their own. And when I know my minute is gone, and I wanted to say this as I finish that point, that we need to be very intentional about this, not just in Nairobi where we have the mobile phones. If you look at the percentages and the numbers of the people that are owning mobile phones, there's so many people even in the rural areas. But how many organizations have taken the initiative just to go to those grassroots to ensure that these people are actually educated on the basic things that Mama Mboga, who is able to know, can I be able to go online on a domain, and be able to do 1, 2, 3 things. So for me, it's back to basics. Let's involve these things right from the beginning. Thank you.
Grace, tell us, Kictanet, and we have we've had a very good response here about can we take this conversation to the grassroots? What can the internet community that probably we represent, how can it make sure that, a child or a school community in Lamu or in the middle of Kilifi or in the middle of Marsabit has the same exposure or the same level of, basically let's say the same level of exposure as a school that is maybe just 5 kilometers from here? What can we do? And who should we have these conversations with?
So first, let me say that the internet has actually revolutionized how education is happening due to issues of access, due to issues of provision of more information. And for those who utilize internet, there's, you feel like there's inclusivity because, you are able to access information from different sources and probably synthesize it into ways in which you want to utilize that. And be, and just having a practical example in my house where I have some of my children going to, in the normal curriculum-based 844, and the others in IG system. You can see the difference because the ones who are in IG are consistently using the internet to get information. The sort of education system they have is self-paced, and they're able to, kujituma. Actually that education depends on kujituma. So there is more effort, unlike say 844 that is more, cramming and remembering the answers. And when it comes to translating whatever you've learned into concepts, then you see that there is a gap. Now, to your question, how can we ensure that communities in Lamu are also accessing the same opportunities? And that has been a conversation at KICTANET, you know, issues of access. How do you take connectivity to those rural communities that cannot afford, or, you know, wherever they are based is not reached? And the conversation that has been happening and has actually been spearheading is on establishment of community networks. You know, these are last mile connectivity points that allow communities or schools around that area to access internet at a very affordable cost. So of course they have to rely on the big ones, you know, the Safaricom's, for that provision of the main, and then they're able to distribute in their way. So one of the challenges of that, of course, is the whole issue of ownership, because you have a community network in Lamu, in a community, who owns it? And at the end of the day, who will take responsibility to ensure that there is consistent connectivity throughout? So, you know, it's not like we have hard and fast answers, but there must be somebody trying. The second thing is that it's also allowing, apart from, you know, education is not just about young people. You know, we have groups of women now who have started accessing, that for their own information. And mostly they want to know how entrepreneurship happens, because like one of the communities we're experimenting with, a group of women, is they've started saying, mimi siku hizi nimeanza kupika kangumu, ninauza, ninaweka kwa, hata nilifungua account kwa Facebook, ninauza hapo, mi ninauza chips mwitu, you know, and it's those small stories that you want to hear of how they are benefiting, and the sort of information, you know, that is also education that they are getting from the internet. So we see that the internet then provides a lot of information, and depending on how you position, people are going to benefit. So I think the walk will be, let's walk as we deal with the challenges, and let's respond to the challenges as they come, because we still do not have hard and fast answers. And I want to thank the Communications Authority, because they did agree with the idea, and actually we worked together to come up with a framework that supports the establishment of community networks in this country. And several of them have already put in the application. Several have gotten the license. So the next step is also, we are saying, can they also start benefiting from the Universal Service Fund? And I guess it's a conversation that we will continue to have.
Interesting, Grace, you've brought even the issues of the Universal Service Fund, helping education to benefit from both the internet connectivity, the DNS system. Engineer Odhiambo, the internet is a society. And I mean, forgive the pun, Internet Society of Kenya. The internet is a society. And in society, we want to all be at the same pace, at the same speed. But as Grace has pointed out, we need to figure out, in this society of ours, how do we ensure, and I go back to basic institutions, for instance, basic schools, primary schools, secondary schools. And the first thing they'll tell you is, we don't have resources. We don't have money. The capitation did not come in February, did not come in March, did not come in April. How are you going to put us online, and who's going to help us? So what I ask is, then what could be the role of, say, the corporate side of the corporate sector, the private sector, organizations that help the education system, or development partners for that, in that case, or the international system? What role can they play to ensure that every education institution, for instance, starts to benefit from, especially what you're talking about today, the domain name system?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a very good question, and also want just to say a thanks to Grace for bringing up the issue of community networks. That is a space where Internet Society is very keen, and I can say, if we talk about internet, we talk about education. It is not only looking at the primary, secondary, and maybe university. Even our moms down there, they need to be educated. They need a platform to learn from. And you can be surprised, even maybe in your kitchen. Sorry. Maybe at home, you will find that someone is just sitting and watching how to cook chapatis online on YouTube. You see, that is an education. So long as you are getting something that adds value in your knowledge space. So for us to at least make education more better, especially in the increasing digital economy, we need internet as a platform. And yesterday I said internet is not necessary if we don't use it. I can go out maybe somewhere and deploy a network, and if the community is not utilizing it in the right way, maybe through learning, businesses and all that, then it is not meaningful. So it is very important for everyone who is involved in this, down from the community themselves. And you can hear Grace saying that the ownership part of it, who owns a community network? According to CA, it should be communities themselves. Then for communities to community to come down and say, okay, this is something that we own, they must have seen the value for that. So value comes with what we also provide on top of the network, like the value chain in the network or the internet. And of course, I agree, it is not something that ISOC itself can do. It calls for partnerships, calls for collaborations. I know ITU is working on something called Giga Connection for Schools, which just aim to connect schools to the internet. And also looking at the school as maybe a setup that maybe exists within our communities, we can still use schools to connect maybe communities. If a school is surrounded by, let's say, 10 households, and this household, their kids are in this school, and there are also parents from that school. So it means that once we have a better, maybe a connection within a school, there's a public space that community can always walk in and utilize in network infrastructure. But the question has been the issue of sustainability. Who brings in money to connect? Because schools actually sometimes they're very they don't have enough capacity or enough money to take care of this connectivity or the cost of internet. Internet Society has been really trying, and now we are deploying another community network in Ugunja, but it doesn't really stop at that point. We want to call upon the government itself, because government is deploying 25,000. Is it 25,000 hotspots? What's the value for that? And if it has value, then community needs to benefit. One way they need to benefit is maybe through getting those online resources to learn, to make businesses, and also to sell their products. So we need all to work closely with governments to make sure that these initiatives are not government thought and government run. We need to bring in different stakeholders to support, reach the necessary people, the communities where connectivity is still a challenge. And also one thing that I wanted to say is that we sometimes think more on connecting, but we forget of how do we make it more valuable for people to use. That calls things around digital literacy trainings, like do we even give capacity for people to utilize this network infrastructure? I know ICT Authority has been working on a program, digital literacy skills for communities or for the public, but of course we need to make it to be actualized by coming up as team, as stakeholders in this space, including even the Kenneth, because think about an e-learning platform. Where does it run? It needs a domain to operate. A school cannot run an e-library if they don't have a domain. And if they don't have the capacity to even operate a small website, how are they going to operate an e-learning platform? So let us also, I think I can challenge registries and Kenneth for this, to go down, let us now start looking at the schools in the machinanis as our potential partners, because they need to host these platforms. When we talk about school management systems, student management systems, these things are running on platforms, and it will be so unfortunate to find a school in the village hosting skschool.com, and then they need to do that maybe doing sc.ke. So let us also think about that, build their capacity, and then make them use these platforms to make a difference in community.
Thank you, engineer. You know, you're engineer and you're also president, so you're able to explain things in a way that we should all listen to. And it's a good segue you've brought in. All these activities that need to be digitized in our education system, at the end of the day, the best practice is that they should reside in the school's domain. And that then gives us the challenge that, you know, all these schools at some point should have these kinds of domains. But now I would like to bring in Nyanjao from Kenneth, because Kenneth has a dream, and Kenneth has what it sees the education sector looking like. And from yesterday, we heard that Kenneth is not just universities, but you have the whole chain from universities, research bodies, schools. So can you paint for us this dream? If you are to achieve everything that Kenneth wants to do, how would it look like? And what kind of a country would we have? Paint for us that.
Okay, thank you very much. So indeed, the dream of Kenneth, first a little background. So Kenneth is the Research and Education Network of Kenya. Our mandate mostly is comes from connectivity, start from connectivity. And this is for the target group is universities, research centers, the CAMRIs, the ICPEs, and also schools. So education sectors as a whole and research bodies. So our mandate focuses on that. So how we aim to achieve, or how we aim to transform education sector and research institutes is through these ways. We want to ensure that first, how is your infrastructure? Do you have the devices that you need? Do you have what is needed to support that internet connectivity that you require? So we start from that. We ensure that you have the infrastructure. We ensure that you have the power. So the first thing we do, we have to do what is called a survey. So we do a survey. You answer questions regarding your state as it is. Then now we come in. We want to offer you a connectivity solution. So we drop internet to you. Okay? Once we drop internet to you, it doesn't stop there. My fellow panelists have talked about very crucial areas about the domain. You can't just operate without a domain. You need a website, needs to have a domain. So once we've dropped connectivity to you, and we make sure that you're now able to browse and you have the correct devices, the next step we go is you need visibility. You need a website. For you to have a website, you need a domain. We are a registrar under KENIC. So we register all .ke domains, and we also are registrar for .com and .org. The only domains that now go to the ICTA side are the .go domains. So we are able to discuss with you as an institution, as our member, let us know what your needs are, which domain you want, and we register for you. So the good thing is, with what Kenneth does is that for the first primary domain that you want to host with us, we do it for free. So what that does, what problem that solves is, if you did not have a budget for that, you don't need to worry about that. So we let you know that we can host your first primary domain. We can host your first primary website at no extra cost to you. So we cover that. So we put you we put you on the internet, and now we make sure you have visibility. So up till then, now we are able to tell you. After that, you also need an email. You need to be able to communicate. So we do discuss. If it's a smaller institutions, we take them on the free Google platform. But if you do have a budget, we do cloud hosting. We provide the virtual cloud. So when you talk about what Kenneth is able to do, now we are able to visualize. We've taken you up to that space. You have connectivity. You can do some research work. You can teach the courses, and if now you want to do in the space of e-learning, what engineer talked about, what our contribution to the e-learning space is in terms of providing the cloud infrastructure. So we spec for you the resources. So, and then now we let you know that we can do this for you. So we spec the resources, give you the cloud space. We also do the installation and customization of the platform that you will need. And we don't stop there. We also build capacity of the technical staff, as well as the faculty who will be delivering the content on that space. So, and we also do now follow-ups in case there are new staff. We make sure that there's continuity in terms of building capacity and utilization of the resources that we have invested in within your institution. So we take you from the A to Z, and we continually follow up to make sure that you're getting value for what you've invested in. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm seeing a glimpse of how the country should look like if we all listen to what Kenneth is trying to achieve. Grace, ICT action. Can parents be in this conversation for our education, ICT and education? Can parents be part of this conversation? What can parents do? Can we push schools to what can we do?
Absolutely, yes, because they are stakeholders. And at Kictanet, we are really, advocating for public interest in ICT policies and regulation. And so if you are a stakeholder in any of the conversation, then you need to participate. And that actually is buttressed by Article 10 of our Constitution that calls on anyone making public policy to involve the stakeholders. And that's really regarded as a national value in this country. So yes, parents must participate in this conversation. And just listening to my fellow speakers, especially what Alphonse has raised in terms of that learners are not just those in high school and primary school. It's women, it's persons with disability. And what we have seen the internet offering them is glimpses of what happens elsewhere. And then depending on kujituma, how can they adapt that information to suit their needs, their current needs? And what do they need to push for? What has worked in other countries in terms of policies and in terms of what is practical? I think I want to talk also about one of the programs we run at Kictanet. It's a 1 year, it's just once in a year, and we call it Kenya School of Internet Governance. And when we started in 2016, because of resources, we could only admit 30 people drawn from different ICT stakeholders. And it trains you on how to engage in participatory ICT policy making, and so that we consistently have fresh voices in the ICT policy making. So 2016, 2017, and 2018, we had those classes of 30 packs. Then COVID hit, and we were just thinking, what do we do? The internet actually played a major role. We had to become, proactive. We created a Moodle platform, put in content, and that year alone we were able to admit 174. And that opened our eyes, and we said, look, we've been confining ourselves to physical presence. I think this is a better opportunity to offer more voices, to offer more opportunities to people. And from then on, even as we have been able to deal with COVID, we have allowed the platform the training to stay on. And what we have done now, we expanded from 3 days to 3 weeks. It's self-paced. It also provides for every 5 days for trainees to come together and collaborate and speak again online through online platforms. And that way they have actually also become communities, even without having to meet. And what I have learned is that they have formed their own WhatsApp groups, that they continue the conversations. So what you're seeing is that there is that expansion. And why does it happen like that? Because more people came in and said, this is what you need to do. This is how you can actually confront this challenge. So in terms of parents in this conversation, they are the ones who know what affects them. One of the things I complain about CBC is being made to do homework. I mean, I did my homework and I still get traumatized. I dream about exams. And I don't want, in fact, if there's a course somewhere and I'm interested and I hear there is going to be testing, I just pull out very fast because I don't want to be subjected to an exam. And so I always ask the teacher, why are you insisting that I must do this homework? I already did mine. So if, we tell the teachers, we've told the headmistress, we don't know if there's a platform where we can actually say that, but I always articulate that very firmly about being made to participate. So parents need to come in. We also need, as parents, to come in and say, there's too much homework. When will children be children? And so, just thinking what the internet can contribute. If that content can be put online and we have our kids learning online, self-paced, so that you don't have to force a child to do homework when they're very tired because it's required the following morning. Sometimes they just do it because it has to be done. But education must have value. When a child learns, you need to grow them into people who can be analytical, people who are able to respond when they see a different situation, they are able to relate with what they have learned. And so I think parents as stakeholders, we need to be loud. We need to be very loud in this conversation. We need to start pushing for how the internet and the domains can help us. And I don't know, because if you'll give me another opportunity because of time, Andrew has left, but I just wanted to say we also need to have affirmative action. I don't know whether the new chair is here. Affirmative action at Kenik, where we need to start saying, how are all these schools in the Republic going to have a domain name? And not just a domain name where they can say, this is where, this is Waithaka High School or this is Waithaka Primary School. No, it's a domain name where, like in schools that have capacity and websites where students engaged, homework is sent on online, they're able to submit their homework in that school portal. The resources are there, they're able to access what is in the library. We need that sort of thing. And I think Kenik stands a very good opportunity, even if it's going to be fundraising, even if it's going to look for donors to fund that. I think there is a major opportunity to have all schools in Kenya having a .ke domain where we have that content. And also, this country has so much creativity. You just need to go onto Twitter, even when things are so bad, to see how Kenyans turn that into humor, to see how they turn the memes, to see how they come up with different interpretation. How do we curate all this and benefit? Because also that is education. Yeah.
At that point, I would like now to open, I think I have maybe 5 minutes, to anybody to just react to what my speakers have said. Some passionate appeals have been made, some dreams have been drawn, some visions have been professed. Do we have 2 or 3 reactions in the room before we, maybe we have one there and we have one there. Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentations. My name is Lilian Kariuki, and I work for an organization called Watoto Watch Network. So we deal with internet safety for children. So we are the ones on the ground when it comes to training the children in the schools from whichever region, Bungoma, Lamu, Kisumu, yeah. So I want to just make some points in regards to the panel discussion. The community networks are a plus. But I think the discouraging bit is the fact that these schools do not even have computer labs. So it needs to go hand in hand, because right now it's not really helping the schools, but we still need the connectivity. It needs to be all-rounded. Secondly, I know this discussion we've had with Waithaka a lot is in regards to having websites in the schools. And for us now, the bad thing is when we go to those schools, they are requesting us as an NGO to help them get those websites. I know a couple of years ago, maybe I think 2019, the government told the schools they all need to have websites. But the bad thing is, or where the schools are tied, is the fact that there was no budget allocation till date in regards to developing those particular websites. So even the teachers are tied. So in regards to, maybe what you're talking about, affirmative action, fundraising for those schools to actually, they're interested, but there's no possibility for them to go ahead and get those websites and, register for domains. Yeah, thank you.
Lilian.
Thank you for the conversation we are having. My question would go in aspect of cybersecurity as we move or deploy or devolve internet to mashinani. Where is the aspect about ethics and ethics and the internet, especially for kids, so that even as you're exposing children to the internet, how do we handle safety and as well as mental health for these children?
Okay, I think let's take one more, and I hope my panelists are taking notes, unless there's a specific person you are pointing the question to, or it is open. Waithaka, myself. Alphonse. Yes. Lilian, was yours open or was it to? It was open. Okay. Let's go.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Newton from Sasa Host Limited. And I'll just have some few statements that I'd like to add on what the panelists have said. Working for Sasa Host, we do mostly registration of domains and .sc.ke, and .sc.ke is also part of what we do. So you find out that most of the time, convincing to register is easy. But now when it comes to renewal, it is kind of cumbersome because the schools that we are convincing to register these domains, some do not know actually the reason to why they're registering. Even if you talk about the website, talking about you will be known all over, they will ask you for what? For example, I already known. And if it's about children or people coming to my school, they will just be sent. I don't need to advertise. If you talk about email communication, I communicate to my staff through notice board, among other options. So you find out that from onset, the stakeholders who we are entrusting with the process do not actually see the value of it. And like what my sister has said, these are very good plans that government do come with. But with no or lack of budget, it can't be supported at all. It is just like in a case whereby you flag off a car with almost empty fuel tank. Even the driver himself does not know the direction to the destination, but you are trusting them to ensure that the car reaches the destination. Practically, it is impossible. So, reckoning to what Alphonse said, if we are to push this agenda of internet domains and the whole aspect to machine learning. As much as we like using Nairobi as the baseline, which is okay, but if it's happening to Nairobi, we are not sure if it's happening from my county, Busia. We are not sure if it's happening in any other county which is not Nairobi. So when you are pushing, and let me borrow the words of High Commissioner Andy, he said, we need public, we need the public-private relation, whereby the private sector, we can be able to push the good agenda that the government comes with. And in that note, if we bring in the community to support, after explaining to them the importance of this whole program, then the whole process will be simultaneous, from registration of the domain, whether the website, and education as far as internet is concerned. Those are my few remarks. Thank you.
So to my panel, thank you very much for those. Those are industry-based remarks, because you sell domains in the field, so you've faced these questions and you've tried to answer them. What luckily for us, the panel here is also going to try and answer the same questions. So I'll throw it back to the panel. They said that apart from one question that was specific to Alphonse, 3 issues have come from our classmates. We were told we are all classmates. 3 issues have come from our classmates. One, from classmate Grace. She said that at the end of the day, every school should have a website with a domain that is Kenyan and it is well managed, and not just a poster website, but a functional website. From Lillian, she said they have gone down to the schools. The schools have said they want these websites, but they don't have the budget, they don't have the resources. So she asked, can we consider fundraising to ensure that all these schools come online? From, remember your name, please? Mercy. Mercy asked, as we go to these schools and as we make sure that education now is at par with the rest of the sectors, there will be issues. How does AI interact with the website that Lillian talked about? And from the gentleman from Sasa Host, name please? Newton from Sasa Host says, yes, I can have this conversation with a head teacher, but next year, the head teacher is not listening to us. So is it a question of capacity building so that we understand that we understand the value from the word go, so that by the time Newton goes to that school, it's not a big conversation. So I will let my panelists pick and choose. Do you want to tackle fundraising? Do you want to tackle resources? Do you want to tackle AI and security issues? Or do you want to tackle capacity building? Maybe a minute each, and let's go.
All right, so I'll tackle the AI one. Before I talk about that, I'd like to respond to my sister, Mercy, who was talking about how then do we ensure that that is done. So for me, I think that we should be able to have a platform where we can extensively run the digital activism in these communities to ensure that they are, you see, for us who are seated in this room, if you're an IT person, 2FA factors, I don't know, passwords, that is the basic thing that is in your mind. But if you leave this room, just outside this room, most people do not understand what those things are. They even wonder what you're talking about. But they're the basics of the things that people should know. So we assume seated in this room that just because you're privileged to have certain information about internet, about the domains, about AI, or about anything that would be beneficial to us, then everybody else who sees them understand them. So I would like to just reiterate and say that we should start by, bringing this information down again to the grassroots to train these people. He was talking about a very important point when he was talking, and you can see the pain in it. You're there with your project that you want to launch, and it cannot go anywhere at the end of the day. What do we do as people? Even as we try to look at the corporates who are coming to partner with us to give us the funds to go and support these projects. It beats logic if we do not, as a people where we are seated in our capacities, to try and make people understand right from the beginning that this is important for you. He was asked a question, nijulikane alafu, you know. So I mean, and I can feel why he would say that right maybe in the border of Tanzania and Kenya where there's no internet per se, you know, they would not understand why you're saying that. So for me, I think the civic education to try and help people understand, and the schools and administrators have the trainings. The government can only do as much, okay? They can do as much, but what can we do in the corporate sectors? What can we do as individuals? How many alumni have just go back to their school to say, I want to have a session with the, you know, with the students of the school and the teachers to teach them as an IT person what, you know, it starts basically with us. Let's run with it. Let's try and educate people from the grassroots, from where we come from, even as we push the governments and these private organizations to take the lead. On the AI issue, I think it's something that is taking momentum and we should embrace it because it's going to help in a lot of things. Even our own teachers in those schools, parents, she spoke about parents. As parents, where you are seated, what do you know about AI? What can you teach your child about AI? Even in the basics. So let's take the responsibility of trying to know what exactly we need to pass down to these people. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mercy. This is direct to me, so it means it cannot be deflected. The question of cybersecurity is one of the topics that we really discussed yesterday into length. But of course, it is a challenge that we'll never assume like it is not part of us. Whenever we extend the connectivity and we bring more people online, we also expose them to these online problems like cybersecurity or cyberbullying, you know, online issues. So the only approach that we can do is what I call introduction by design. I give you the internet, but the moment I'm giving you this internet as a tool, I need to tell you the risk and the advantages from the word go, so that you know what to do and how to do what you're doing. Not that I wait until you are affected is when I come back and tell, oh, you ought to have done this. So it is more of awareness about how do we handle cyber issues, cyber hygiene, so that we know what ethics, because the internet is just sorry. I was saying that internet is just like a physical community, because it brings you, like the way we are here, we can decide to start insulting each other, right? The motive that we have while we are offline sometimes is translated into online spaces. So if we can be able to train our users on the aspects of, you know, staying safe, what are the best practices while you are online? They are seamlessly the same to what we can do while you are physical. If I can't insult you face to face, then there is no need. I should translate that online. So, but the call to action here will be, let us go out there and stop using the language that we don't understand. That's the problem with techie people. We go down there and start talking about ransomware. Ransomware to a standard 7 or a grade 7 student is like talking about avalanche, you know. So it is good. We need to create awareness, but the approach maybe is what has been the challenge. We use very big words. We use technical words that leave our parents who never even had a chance to, you know, interact with computer at their ages, you know, to internalize all this information. So there is also need, and this is something that I can also challenge community networks to adopt, to start thinking about localized communication approach. Like if I'm talking about an online cybersecurity effects, I should be able to use my local language. If I'm in Luo, I should be using Luo to speak about the internet insecurities and all that, so that I don't just speak things that you know, at the end of it will count on numbers that we've trained 500 community members on cyber hygiene, and yet no one is you know, understanding what we're talking about. So it is a good practice and it is calling upon everyone who has expertise in this. It doesn't need that you be an international recognized maybe cyber security practitioner. What you can understand at the lowest point is what some another person really just want to understand. I also wanted to add maybe on top of the analogy that my brother has used as the vehicle analogy. It is good. You can have a vehicle with a small with a little fuel, but maybe you can try driving it to a point where you find another station and refuel it. Why are we doing that? Let's say, for example, Kenneth has brought in network into the school. They have tried, at least they have made a vehicle has a 1 liter. So how do we make it, maybe we have 5 liter in the tank. Let us have you as, SASA host. Of course, it's a business on your side, but you're also giving a value to the community. If community does not see a value of what you're bringing, then I'm sure that your products will never sell. So one, start with the value proposition. What does it bring to your table? Or how am I going to benefit? Once I can see the value as a user, I'll not even hesitate to buy your product. So sometimes that is something we need to know, and it is a challenge that ISPs as well, post to users. An ISP will come and drop you a link. Whatever you want to use with that link is up to you. I think we need to change that narrative and say, okay, this is the link we are giving, even if it is 2 MBs, because mostly users will ask how many MBs, even they don't know what MBs is, and they'll tell you, we are giving you 5 Mbps. Tomorrow they will run a speed test while they're also running Netflix, and they see 2 Mbps, and they say, no, but you said 5. So let us look at this in a point of not really money, but the value that we are giving. You are connecting a household which has a student going to school. Tell a parent that through this connectivity, your child will be able to access online materials. They will be able to learn online. They will be able to, follow up with a few things here and there. So, and the parent will say, okay, then I think this is something useful to me. They will pay without questioning. They will renew the domains without questioning. So that is one approach, instilling value for what we are giving. And maybe just as I wind up, there's aspect of PPP, the public-private partnership, which is very important. I cannot do it alone. Let the ISP come, let the hosting companies come, so we sit together and curate a content that makes sense for our users. Let us not burden them again, because I register with a domain today. Tomorrow I start receiving necessary emails, pop up and all that. Let us make it ethical for everyone to use and safe. And one last thing that I think is very important, which my sister has requested, schools are being connected. The government is pushing for connectivity. And again, even if we use the same analogy, you have a very good car, but you don't have a driving license. How is it going to move? So sometimes as a government, again, we need to train the drivers before we give them vehicles. The government tried sometime, gave out computers, and the teachers themselves do not know how to use these things. Some of them are just hosting cockroaches. How do we want our children to benefit from that? Let us train teachers. And when the time you are introducing a CBC, a teacher himself already understands what that is and how to use technology to integrate that kind of learning environment to our students. So thank you very much for that question. And we also encourage partnerships and collaboration in all this.
Okay.
Yes, I think you're going to handle you wanted to handle cybersecurity has been handled.
Yes, yeah. I also just want to contribute on cybersecurity and issues of data protection. Very quickly, this government, and I'll request my sister here to give me her shoe. I want to demonstrate. This government has declared itself a digital government. Let us not forget that internet anchors our digital transformation, and it's also going to contribute, if we do it right, to economic transformation in this country. So, 2, public participation. What can we do? Public participation is not just waiting for government to ask for your opinion. Unaweza kujituma. I am just sitting here education and I'm thinking we need kujituma. If there is a rapporteur who has captured what we have said, we need to do that as a memo to the National Assembly Committee on Education. Now, finally, I want to say I have challenged Kenik to think, come up with an affirmative action towards schools. And because we are innovative in this country and we have an opportunity to do it, including contributing to content, I want to use this shoe. What sort of a shoe is it? High-heeled shoe, isn't it? Very beautiful, isn't it? This is what we need to start thinking about design thinking, where we think of the end user and how comfortable they are going to be using the product and how useful it's going to be. So the person who designed this knew that when Winnie wears this shoe, she's going to feel confident. Don't ask why women wear high heels. We feel confident. That day we are able to articulate what we want to do. And when we walk and we sway a bit, it makes us feel good. So that is design thinking. Now, thanks so much, Winnie. When it comes to this, the domain names that we are thinking about schools, what is the end product? How do we foresee this coming up? And that calls for a review of our curriculum, a curriculum that incorporates data protection, cyber hygiene, and cyber hygiene must be done the way we did COVID. You remember COVID, nobody told you to wash your hands. Nobody told you to wear your mask. It became automatic. That's the sort of thing that we need to start doing and incorporate in our curriculum. Curriculum on technology and mental health. So that's very critical because, all these kids are engaging online and becoming very stressed out, especially when they see their fellow classmates taking pictures in very posh cars and their parents can hardly afford a bicycle. So that becomes very stressful. So we must think of reviewing a curriculum that then takes cyber hygiene, data protection, and mental health into the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. And now, Nyanjao, I think you can tackle, somebody said, can we seriously think about a sort of fundraising or helping or coming together so that this education sector is not left behind? Somebody talked about, can we have affirmative action? And that's Grace. Can we have affirmative action for schools and the education sector because it's badly resourced? Yes. Yeah.
Please allow me, as a community, we are talking about fundraising. I know Andy here, the FCDO is very good in supporting such initiatives. But I think because education is very important, and part of the memo that we must put to the National Assembly is to have an appropriation of budget from the Exchequer to cater for that.
Thank you, Grace. So take us home. How do we do this? Kenneth is, for all practical purposes, in a driver's seat in ensuring that this happens. But you've had the feedback from our classmates. So take us home. How do we achieve this? How do we make sure it happens and happens in the right way?
Okay. Thank you, and thank you to my fellow panelists. So I'd like to start from the point that Lillian raised about it read to me digital exclusivity. And currently in Kenya, we are all about digital inclusion. And when we talk about digital inclusion, it stems from not just the computers. Remember, we start from the infrastructure. And infrastructure, you're taking computers to people who perhaps do not even have power. So when we talk about digital inclusion, our position should be think from a point of enable the people to have the basic infrastructure first. Okay? And then now move them to what do they need before now we bring the internet to them. So all the stakeholders and my fellow panelists have articulated that very well. You need to have the government on board. We need to have those public-private partnerships. And in addition to that, once the government has given you the platform, you as a private or the stakeholders of the person who is going to drive now the infrastructure or the connectivity to the people in mashinani, do they have the budget for that? If they do not, but you feel that this is a service that will add value to them, where can you get that funding? People talked about fundraising. We have different approaches. We have grant applications, and that's also a methodology that Kenneth has taken on board. You do a proposal, you apply for a grant, and that grant, you just do a nice proposal who you want to support. You want to support a particular community network, and you could bring other partners on board to bring in their contribution. So that would deal with some of the budgetary constraints that the communities may have in terms of bringing them on board on the digital inclusion discussion. The other item would be on cybersecurity. The role of Kenneth has been in cybersecurity has been in creating awareness, not just for the technical people, because as engineer said here, at times we use very difficult terms and we don't get to drive our message to the end users. And they say the chain is as strong as its weakest link, right? And most of the times the gaps are usually in the end user, us. So we focused our energies on educating our end users. And how we've done that is through sensitization, through online courses, which Grace mentioned they have something similar and it's self-paced. So learn at your own pace. It's online. And that aside, we also do forums where we engage now it's that the principal of the education institutions, the top CEOs. So we engage them at that level. So we make sure that we also have a top-down approach. So the decision makers are brought on board as well as now the end consumers. So we have a continuous process of creating awareness. And also internally, within the organization, we keep on building capacity to our staff and to the member community. And I think the last thing about when Newton mentioned about renewals, I believe I'd like just to echo what engineer said. You can take someone to a point, and as long as you show them the value and you keep echoing it to them, they will be on board with what you're providing. Even the challenges notwithstanding, because the challenges must be there. They're there. And I think one last thing I would like to add is that value proposition is key. So don't just provide a service, make sure that that client actually needs the service. Whether it's the researcher or the education person, make sure that they understand why they need that service. So how you do that is through awareness. You can even do surveys. Ask them the necessary questions. You'll get the actual responses that you need. So design a product that is feeding into their need. Okay, that way you make sure that continuously, even if it's a service that they'll be paying for, they understand why they must pay for it. So they see the value in what they're providing. Thank you.
That's a very good place to end this panel. I think it has been an enlightening panel, and the key takeaways really is that no corner of this country should be left behind, especially when it comes to the education sector. Every child, every parent needs to benefit from the infrastructure that we've put in this country for our citizens. The second thing is that we must think about resources. Resources must be an all hands on deck discussion, because there is no school, there is no community that will not have an issue with resources. But almost as important is the capacity building. We must invest a lot in capacity building, especially the value-driven capacity building. Why? Answer the big question, why? And as Alphonse said, if we can start answering those whys, even the resources might start finding their ways into the education sector and to the education sector in terms of technology and the DNS system. And the last one is that let's also have our eyes open for the challenges that are also in the other sectors. May there be issues to do with cybersecurity. Once you open up that community, then threats can be internal, can be external, and you need to be aware of them and be hygienic, as Grace has said. So there's a lot that can be talked about education and technology. I doubt we've even scratched the surface. There's so much, but I'm very, very thankful for the panel that we've been able to create the conversation and keep the conversation going. And our rapporteurs, there are some action points that have come out of this panel. If we did not take notes, we'll have to review again, CEO. We'll have to review this video. Grace said that we will even write to Parliament. So we have to be very serious about this. We have to review this video. There's some action points that have come out, and it could be the difference between the Kenya we have now and the Kenya we want. Thank you very much. Asante.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud them as they leave the stage. I'll ask our panelists as they leave to be available for each of us to just engage further. I know we may have questions or clarifications that are required. So as we all proceed to lunch, I want to welcome all of you to lunch. We'll be having lunch until 2 o'clock, and then we can come back for the next session. So karibuni sana, enjoy your lunch.
We started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
So we had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is, now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wamboi Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because 1. To have a Kenyan identity. 2. Most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration. And 3. .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Bizna Yako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now, then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. This comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms
we started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
So we had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full built out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financiers so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is, now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wamboi Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because 1. To have a Kenyan identity. 2. Most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration. And 3. .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Bizna Yako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now. Then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. These comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms.
We started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
So we had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wambui Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because 1. To have a Kenyan identity. 2. Most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration. And 3. .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Bizna Yako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now. Then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. This comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms
we started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
We had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is, now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center, KENIC. KENIC was founded in '93 as a public-private partnership to support what we call the country code top-level domain, .ke, to allow as many Kenyans as possible to go online and to benefit from having a presence online, whether you're an individual or a business. And so 20 years on, KENIC continues to promote, secure, and avail the .ke domain for use by businesses and individuals. And we are happy today to have met to recognize what we call our registrars, who help us to avail .ke domains for the public, and they are the channel through which we sell .ke domains. And today we've been able to recognize 7 categories for all our registrars as part of motivating them to be able to grow the domain system in Kenya. Finally, we are also very excited that for the very first time in many years, .ke has grown in leaps and bounds, with over 102,000 domains currently active in the country. It is our intention in the next couple of years to continue growing the domain space, but most importantly, ensuring we build trust for all our online users in Kenya. So all we can do is to thank our ecosystem of players, thank our customers for standing with .ke, because it's our brand. It is about building Kenya's brand, but more importantly, succeeding on the internet. Thank you very much.
My name is Geoffrey Shimanyula. I am the chair of the board of KENIC. KENIC, as we all know, is the registrar. Now, the registry for .ke domain. In Kenya, we are the people who ensure that we are perpetually pushing our brand .ke. And today has been a great day for us, a big day for the industry, because we were rewarding and awarding our best performing registrars in the country across board, just to appreciate the good work they're doing and to encourage them to continue pushing the .ke domain. Again, today is one of those days that we are actually celebrating a very big milestone, because as we close the year 2022, for the first time, we crossed the year with 100,000 domain names active, up and running. And our challenge now is to ensure that we have this sort of growth on an annual basis. When you talk about registries all over the world, and specifically in Africa, our biggest challenge has been how to sustain domain names that are registered. We are all battling with the challenge of deletions, whereby people register domain name and upon expiry, they never renew it. Our challenge as KENIC is to ensure that domain names that are registered are renewed so that we can see growth each and every day. This way, from the Kenyan perspective, we believe that we'll be playing our role in the technology ecosystem as the government embraces the digital economy blueprint. We will be there to play our role. Thank you.
My name is Charity Wambui Kiora. I work for Kenya Website Experts. We are registrars for domain names and we offer other online services. We became a KENIC accredited registrar by first applying to KENIC to become a registrar. We filled in the registration forms and we supplied all the required documents. Our application was reviewed and our accreditation was approved and we became accredited registrar. And then after that, we were trained on how to use the registry services. We chose to become domain name registrars after we realized there's a demand for .ke domain names, and initially we were only offering other online services. We recommend our customers to register .ke domains because, 1, to have a Kenyan identity, 2, most of the short, memorable, and catchy domain names are available for registration, and 3, .ke domain names are affordable.
Is your business struggling to make sales? Have you tried offering your products and services online? Kupeleka Biznayako online ni simple. All you need is a .ke domain name. To get yours, follow these easy steps. Choose your preferred domain name. The name should be that of your brand. Make it short, easy to type and remember. Visit kenic.or.ke and check if the domain name you want is available. Proceed to register now, then select a service provider from the KENIC approved registrars. Pay for the domain name and you're all set. Visit www.kenic.or.ke and register your domain name today.
My name is Barak Otieno. I am the General Manager of Africa Top Level Domains Organization. Africa Top Level Domains Organization is the regional association of country code top level domain registries in Africa. These comprise of the country identities, for example, .ke for Kenya, .tz for Tanzania, .za for South Africa, .mg for Madagascar. We bring together country code top-level domain registry managers on the African continent to discuss matters that are of interest to them. The Kenya Network Information Center continues to be a critical organization insofar as the country code top-level domain registry of Kenya is concerned. It not only administers the country code top-level domain for Kenya and also ensures that Kenyans are able to make use of it in the best way possible. Most importantly, the domain name ecosystem in Kenya is key to the digital economy in the Republic of Kenya. And continuous capacity building of registrars is one of the critical roles that the Kenya Network Information Center plays. So Kenya Network Information Center, to that extent, continues to play a critical role in making sure that registrants and registrars observe the laid down legal and regulatory mechanisms.
We started in Konza, I think everyone had doubts, even the National Treasury, so they were giving us very minimal amounts.
It was one of the projects that were captured in the Vision 2030 document, which actually was development blueprint for the government of Kenya.
We had an interim structure which once was approved by the ministry, we started the process of staffing that structure.
In the journey of Konza Technopolis, this is really a great milestone. We have worked on this project with the vision of having an excellent place to work, to live and to play.
It's a very futuristic concept because this has not been done before.
We are now very confident and to be able to engage the rest of the public who could be keen to be part of Konza.
Konza Technopolis has been designed to host 200,000 population at full build out of the 500 acres. We've come up with green standards to ensure that our city comes out as green with no emissions of carbon to the environment.
It's a city like no other, planned from ground zero.
This will set an example that it is possible to do a city which is well planned and which is organized.
Seeing a city from scratch being constructed and being part of it is something that excites me, it excites the women, it excites the people that we are representing.
It is now good that we bring those developers and the financials so that they can start discussions and they can start preparing the next step of Konza Technopolis.
We as government have set the example by actually not requesting other people to come and invest, but actually to be the first investors.
It's us guys now to come in and try to see how to facilitate the financing for the developers so that they're able to develop whatever that they want, their concepts. Property developers have actually that mentality that this was a white elephant is going, and that means that now they are able to move to the next level of seeking financing.
Konza Complex being our head office, this is a great milestone in our journey.
I'm very happy as an architect actually to see the first product of a building being ready and it's now being occupied and operations have started on it.
We are now in a better position to engage with the project in terms of what's going on here, which mainly currently horizontal infrastructure is ongoing.
We believe all things going well, we should be able to complete this project in February 2022 as per the schedule by the contractor.
I see a very bright future for Konza Technopolis and for Konza City as a whole.
Konza City is going to grow. Looking at what is happening on the ground and the people who have shown interest, the organizations which are showing interest, I believe that is a dream which is achievable, and in the near future, so many of us are going to relocate to Konza.
To my fellow investors and Kenyans at large is to come on board and help our government in creating projects which will help us in achieving our goal of creating employment, which is very much needed to our economy.
I really want the city to be a hub within the region where we have ICTs, global companies coming in, partnering with the local companies, providing opportunity to our young people so that they can learn from these established companies.
Karibu sana as we carry out this engineering feat, first of its kind in Africa, and more importantly, a first for Kenya.
To all our stakeholders who are looking for an excellent location to invest in support of the Big Four of our government, and also to take advantage of the Kenyan market, to say Konza Technopolis is an excellent location.
At the ground, we say mambo ni sawa.
We are asking you to join us as we embark on a new ethos that is really birthed in you and the services that we offer you.
Because you have spoken, we've seen it fit to rebrand ourselves, not just to provide internet services. What we have in mind is now that you have the internet services, what else can you do with that?
We have got the vision of a digitally connected future that leaves no African behind.
We've evolved from being a telecoms company to a technologies company.
So essentially we are saying each and every one of us who is African, we have got you in mind. We need to ensure that as we are looking at this digitally connected future, we are not leaving anyone behind.
So as part of Liquid Intelligent Technologies brand, we have sub-brands that we have. The first being Liquid Business, Cloud, Cybersecurity, Liquid Home, the Liquid Labs, Liquid Networks, Liquid Satellite, Liquid Sea.
So as we are in this connectivity journey, we are then able to ensure that we are providing the necessary security that is required as you do your day-to-day business.
So we're not going to be giving you generic solutions, but we're actually going to be customizing solutions that are aligned with your business needs.
We're actually embracing digital now. We're actually in the now.
Think technology, think liquid. Think technology, think liquid.
So we are saying we are bringing this together to you to ensure that everything happens under one roof.
It's no longer just about our product offering, but it's really about us coming to you and asking you, what can we do for you? Africa's digital future is an intelligent one.
My name is Andrew Mwanyota. I am the CEO of the Kenya Network Information Center.
Good afternoon. Hi. Mumeshiba. Good afternoon. Good. We need some energy in the room. Gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker for this session. We've made a change or two on the agenda, but still having a great opportunity to listen to somebody with over 25 years of experience in the ICT industry and in government, in policy making and project management and driving programs. So without further ado, let's applaud Thomas Odhiambo from ICT Authority. So please prepare a lot of questions. He has a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge around ICT and cybersecurity and growth of domains. So let's hear from Thomas Odhiambo. Karibu sana sir. Thank you.
Asante sana Gitau. When Gitau was saying I've worked for 25 years, I think the question, somebody sitting next to me, so how old is he? So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Thomas Odhiambo, like Gitau says. I'm the Acting Director of Programs and Standards at the ICT Authority. We know ICT Authority, mkono juu. You've heard? Good. 50%. Very good. What do they do? Mkono imepotea. Okay. So ICT Authority, we are the lead government advisor on ICT issues. We do also provide ICT solutions to government agencies, ministries, counties, departments, and other agencies. Mainly internet connectivity, and then common, or what we call shared platforms, or common cross-cutting applications, and all of us need to be a little bit more efficient. I think for me today here is to first to espouse or share. You all know we have a very supportive government for the first time in so many years. I think since independence, I think this is the first time we really have a government that is supporting IT at the highest levels. I think for us, we get targets every other day from the very highest office in the land. And that is big for the sector, because that has always been a challenge. Do people understand us? Do they know our issues? So this time that is off the table. We have that completely. We have that one completely. And for us, we're talking about, in government, we're talking about the bottom-up transformation agenda, BETTER. And the BETTER has 5 pillars. Of course, you've heard of universal healthcare, housing, micro, medium and small enterprises, food security, and the fifth one is the digital superhighway. The digital superhighway has one of them, the 100,000 kilometer of fiber, and 100,000 kilometer of fiber is all of us in 5 years. All of us means government does 52,000 kilometers of fiber, and the private sector in collaboration does the balance 48,000 kilometer. Right now as a country, in the last 10 years or so, we've done, through various projects, we've done about 12,500 kilometers. We have fiber up to sub-county level in 290 sub-counties. Some sub-counties were added recently. So those will be covered, but they'll be covered within this 5-year period. So in Africa, we are number 4 in terms of public sector-owned fiber. Algeria is leading with almost about 100,000 kilometer fiber, but Algeria is huge. But for us, I think we are going from sub-county. The idea is to go to the ward level. We have 1450 wards. So each of those wards has high connectivity, and then we're able to install in those hubs, smart hubs, if you like, or centers where, you know, we can do a lot of things, innovation, we can do training, we can have a country class. You can have a class in the entire country where everything is being accessed via these hubs, and that is still part of what we want to achieve within the digital superhighway. We also want to establish smart data centers at the coast, of course, backed up, because that's we are targeting the OTTs, the Facebooks, the Microsofts, the Metas, and so on, because that's what they want 100% availability. So that's what we want, and Konza will be at the center of that matrix. And of course, the last one is a lot of education, awareness, training, sensitization on cybersecurity and data protection, because that's what comes with this. Once you start deploying, then you really need to educate the public, the users, both from the supply and the demand side, so that then they use the technology for the best, in the best possible manner. Lastly, of course, we all know we are moving all the government services online. Right now, we have about 12,000 services available online. About 6,000 of those are being paid for. The others are not, they are free of cost. So that, of course, brings with it the issues that we're discussing today. One is cybersecurity. The other one is access. And in access, I think on Monday this week, there was a launch somewhere around here of an affordable device. We are looking at a device, and this is private sector led. So Jamii Telecom, Safaricom, and 2 other small companies came together, and they're doing an affordable device, a small smartphone, which is going for about $50 USD. And they're able to produce about almost 3 million devices every year. So that's trying to address the issue of access. And access, of course, is then the connectivity, hence the fiber, and then the end user device, hence the affordability device. Then the applications, we expect it mainly to come from you guys, from private sector. There are few that will come from government, which traditionally deal with the issues they deal with, ID, birth certificate, certificate of good conduct, and so on. So most of those are already there. It's a question of them being enhanced. So the story is that, assume we have finished the 100,000 kilometer of fiber, we have fiber up to the ward level, we have 25,000 public Wi-Fi's, which means, and you have an affordable device, all your services are available online, you can afford a device, which means you're always online. I mean, you can transact. So that is what we want to see in the next 5 years, and that is your digital economy. So you're transacting as much as possible digitally or online, and that gives you the convenience. It gives you the ease of doing business. You can, transact anytime, anywhere. That convenience, and that should then make you a little more productive. As a country, we should then be saying we are more productive because we are not limited to doing business or work only, 8 to 5 basis, because we lose a lot of hours. You want to open a business name, or you want to register a company, then 8 to 5, or you can only consult within those times. You want a passport, you can only visit immigration 8 to 5. That means you have to wait, and that is loss of productivity. So that then is the aim. When we have all this available, you can really live your life. 90%, without having to interact with a human being, then I think we'll be where we want to be as a country. So that's where we are. Now, from a policy perspective, I've said the policy of the government is better. The bottom-up transformation agenda with 5 pillars. The fifth pillar is the digital superhighway, which I've said is exactly what we want, so that then we have the environment to grow domain names. If all businesses, and the idea in the hubs at ward level is to spur business, especially the micro and small enterprises at the village level, and it's not in Nairobi, it's anywhere where there's potential for an enterprise. That individual, that youth, that lady should be able to use the online platforms available or facilities available to enhance her business, or to introduce or avail products she wants to share with potential customers. So broaden her market base so that she can reach more people. The ICT Authority completed phase 1 of the digital literacy program, which was program of the last government, which was delivery of laptops to schools. We learned then that in East and Central Africa, 90% of books are actually printed in Kenya. All these Oxford publishers, all these publishers here. And this is another space, and we're doing a lot with KICD, so that then all these books published by Kenyans, we avail all this digitally, online, and then they're also availed regionally and beyond. Also related to that, we're also having a program with the KICD and TSC, where we are working for teachers to be developers of content to be used in classes, so that if you have the best teacher in Alliance or Starehe or any other these schools, the content they develop can actually be then accessed by a student in Northeastern Mandera, where probably teachers either are not there or there's a shortage. But they will then be able to access premium content or top content developed by a teacher in another part of the country. And we have a credit system so that this teacher is able to be acknowledged, even if they get 1 cent per access, for example. Then that encourages them to develop more content, and hopefully will make them have an easier retirement. But it is a market that is waiting to be tapped, and we can always find way of. We always have to continuously look around so that then we exploit our full potential as citizens, as teachers, or as public officials, as entrepreneurs, as private sector, to exploit what then the digital platform or economy will prefer or will bring. Good. Those were the few opening remarks, just to set the stage, what government is doing or thinking about. But 5 years, you should be online everywhere, and there's no excuse. Public Wi-Fi next to you, fiber up to your ward level, you have an affordable device, you have services running. Okay, so what else? The other component we'll need will be you to use it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello, thank you very much. My name is Wycliffe Fondu, represent EAC Directory. Thank you for the presentation. I'm struggling to imagine you're talking about 6,000 services. Is there a link somewhere where I can have a preview of which ones they are? Because I can imagine there must be so many that I'm not aware about. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the share with us that knowledge. I'm James Collins Omondi from Bridwas 80, and I would like to understand if you have maybe put a consideration or maybe looked into internet in the box to support the rural areas, especially education, schools, and those students that might not be in a position to access the online content.
Director Thomas, I'll add one more for good measure. You came at the tail end of a presentation by the EduTech team and stakeholders. As Kennick, we were challenged to consider taking an affirmative action approach.
Asking Guitar whether I could do those three first, and then we go to round two. 6,000 services, citizen.go.ke. You'll get them there. James, internet in the box. Yes, it's true. I think one of the challenges with the rollout of fiber is expense. Typical, about 2.3 underground million Kenya shillings per kilometer. That's the back of the envelope calculation. With the dollar now, I think it will be, it's very expensive. So if you're looking at sparsely populated regions of our country, Northeastern, Mandera, Isiolo, Wajir, then probably you want to look at another option. And it's true, we are looking at other options, and they are around, including low Earth orbit satellites, Starlink material, and so on, because for the same dollars, you'll connect a little bit more. So we are talking with CA, and actually they have agreed to fund, and we'll be connecting a few schools using those models. So if we have connectivity, we don't have to put a box there. We are talking about the Kenya Education Cloud, hosted by or managed by KICD, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, who are in charge of the curriculum in the country. And we hope to host this within KONZA and other infrastructure that the government has. In the rare event that we don't have this, then we will be looking at taking a box to schools so that, you know, all the content is available to learners within that locality. So that's the idea, because we can't leave everybody behind. One of the push or one of the priorities for government is education is the only equalizer. If you look at, if you drop a laptop in Mandera or you drop a laptop in Isili Primary, the reaction with people in grade 1 is the same. You won't be able to distinguish that this one is in an urban. After 2-3 hours, they start behaving just the same. So it's just to expose them to this as early as possible, and we expect to really reap benefits as a country going forward. EduTech, I think this question by the chief evangelizer, Kenik, we've been in talks with EduTech. Maybe we haven't moved fast enough. I was actually hoping to meet them here. I think the last time they was to the youth to maintain and maintain the site for the school. So I think it's a sustainable model. In terms of capitation, which is what the route we approached, because for educational institutions, we are looking at about 45,000. Primary schools, about 24,000 primary schools. If you add secondary schools, junior schools, total about 45,000. So that's the space we are looking at. Some have, depending on who's the chairman of the school, if it is Dr. James Mwangi, you know, they'll already be having a website and so on. Or some of you, I mean, you'll have, because you're exposed, you'll have intervened and gotten a school, a website, and the teachers have emails, and, you know, the communication is much easier. Maybe the parents are not around, or the teacher needs to communicate something, you know, a report or something they can share. It enhances the interaction, the experience that the teacher has, or the role that the teacher plays in a school. So it should be policy. The challenge with the Ministry of Education is that from a budget perspective, only the discussion with Treasury is already, there's too much on education. So other sectors, you know, it's like what we're already giving education. From a budget perspective, can't exceed the current levels. So if we say we want to add capitation, even a shilling, it becomes a very difficult conversation with the Ministry of Education. And that's the approach we took initially. But we have to look for other ways, because I think it's a necessity. And I don't think the costs, if you split per school, is that high. I think it's manageable. But we have to have a sustainable model. And then it goes up. We don't want to start today, then the next year they are not renewed, or there's an issue, or it's not being used. Then it means we didn't look at all the angles. We should look at all the angles. When you start, we go and we don't look back. But it is something that we have to do. Even if we'll be borrowing money from other kitties other than education. For CA, for example, USF, they are very happy to look at what they have classified as unserved and underserved areas or counties. They don't have a problem there because of the definition of because of their mandate. So we can say, you look at this part, we look at somebody else to look at another area, so that then ultimately everybody is covered. But I think we have to accelerate that conversation with the EduTech and like-minded partners because it's a very good base to start. If all our primary, secondary schools have domains, teachers are having email addresses and so on, I think it's a good place to start with. Kita, round 2.
Now, question?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Alphonse from Internet Society. I believe that ICT Authority is doing very good work in terms of connectivity, and you have a vision to roll out 1,000-kilometer fiber. So my question is, how do you use this to activate communities who are in the rural? Is it subsidized service at the end, at the last mile? And also you have an initiative to do digital scaling for, is it 50 or 5 million Kenyans? How are you positioning yourself to work with other stakeholders in this?
Okay, Alphonse, thank you for your question. For involvement, let's start with the fiber, because I said the 100,000 kilometer we are doing collaboratively, and this is off the Kenya National Digital Master Plan, which we also developed with you, with everybody. And that's why we are doing 52,000 as government and private sector is doing 48,000, because private sector, and Fiona should be here, TESPOC said, do for us backbone. They actually selected for us areas that they felt probably were better off doing, and then they will do the last mile. They'll extend, pick it up from there, and they actually do that, and they pay. They pay ICTA for leasing dark fiber for them to roll out their network for their own to achieve their own marketing objectives or business purposes. So we are in collaboration, both in building and where private sector has built. We are saying as government, other than build, we will lease. Why build? We will lease from you. You maintain it, we lease. Because for us, actually, our business is providing services, we are just intervening because there's a gap. If private sector had done all this, would be leasing, but maybe you haven't done it, so maybe you lease from us. But either way, we don't have to all do it. One can do, and we lease from each other, and like that, so that we cover more. And actually, there's a project we're starting this year, and will be almost, because right now the model we have, we build fiber where we've built 24 core, 48 core, 96 in some cases. Our standard is 48 core for backbone and 96. But we end up using maybe 10 cores. The rest we want somebody else to lease, take, but it doesn't usually work that way. So you find there's quite a bit of cores that are not being taken up. They've not been used. But you see government has sunk money. Your money, we've sunk your money somewhere, and it's sitting. So we are looking at that model. We are saying, maybe we talk to you, you come, you build, we pay you to build, you connect whoever you want to connect, then you give us 2 cores or 3 cores, and you maintain it, and as we leave you, we provide services, we go to another area, have another arrangement with somebody, and so on. so that then a little bit more efficient. So we are looking at collaborating a lot with private sector, and we've invited you on board. The last session convened by CA was in January, February, and we could have another one either this year or early next year. Again, to take feedback from private sector, what is it you want? How can we partner in the rollout of the 100,000 kilometer of fiber? And the rollout, as I said, is up to ward level where we have the hubs. The target for the hubs is the youth, the women, special groups, persons with disabilities, and so on. So if you're running a program, you have somewhere where you can actually have it, scaling up innovations at ward level, and so on. So that one is very, like for the hubs, we've now signed up with the parliamentarians because we want them to house or build the physical structure as we provide the connectivity. We want them to buy the equipment and maintain it, and we are open to other players or stakeholders who come on board. We sort of have a committee. There are some who've come in a big way by employing what we call center managers. So these are people who already have an idea what a hub would look like or how it should be run, and they help so that most hubs actually are self-sufficient. They run on themselves. Either there'll be some, even in California here, there's another one where there's an area you can park your car, you leave some small money there, people will wash your car, they use that to pay rent, electricity. So there are different ways, and they lease the hall sometimes and so on. So you have to run the center. So usually you'd need a collaborator. You need another partner in that because you can't do all of it, and it's not necessary you do all of it, but you need the partners to come on board, and then you find what works for all of us. Yes, that's the hub thing. Bundled solutions, yes, I think because for schools, and there are some apps, and we are working with the developers of these apps that try or already remove the administrative burden in a school in terms of generating reports, report forms, trends, performance in a school, and we are trying to have a model where we can monetize that, so the school sort of leases or pays as it uses it. Doesn't have to own it. It's a cloud service, but maybe based on the students they have, they're able to pay a small amount to use the system, and it has everything they would require, in a school. Generate report forms for students and parents, track fees, performance of the school, and so on. So they are there, and I think we don't want to close, but we're in consultation with a few. If we can have a working arrangement, then I think we will go that route, so that the schools don't have to think about these things. They do what you go to get in a school, which is get taught, get education, and this is it's better handled because there is enough expertise anyway to address those concerns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas Odhiambo. I take it we don't have another question, so let's clap for him. Asante sana. Thank you much for your time and for your contribution. At this point, I just want to inform all who had signed up for the Web3 and semantics breakaway session. It will be happening starting in the next few minutes. That will be led by Harrison Tuja. So that will happen in a breakout room, and you'll be shown the way to that place. Next, I want to invite the next panel session, and this is on unleashing the power of domains. It will be moderated by James Turuthi and team. So I'll ask you to come on stage. It will take all of 30, 40 minutes, I believe. So karibuni sana. Let's clap for them as they come and plan to have a fun, engaging session.
Thank you. Thank you, Getao. Getao is saying we don't have much time, so I'll just have the panelists join right now. Thank you, Getao. My name is James Turuthi. I'm the CEO of Frontier Optical Networks, and I'm excited to be here discussing unleashing the power of domains, right? Following up after Director Thomas, he mentioned the devices, the factory that has come up in Athi River. Is this not? It's the devices that have come up in Athi River, and then the digital superhighway. And so my panelists and I will discuss what's next. Some of you have heard about us here at Kenica conducting auctions for domains, and a story came up during lunch. Very briefly, I'll tell you, the gentleman who told us is not here, about a domain that was hosted by one of our registrars, and it was mi.ke. The owner of that domain has just sold it. I believe one of us here will tell us about that. And it was sold in dollars. So thank you very much, my panelists. I'll have you introduce yourselves. So we're here to discuss unleashing the power of domains. mi.ke is an example of unleashing the power of domains. Let's hear some more from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frida Kariba from Upland Media. My tag says CEO, but if I describe everything that I do, I would say I'm the person that people call to make noise when everything else has failed. I'm the Chief Engagement Officer. I handle a lot of clients and the team in terms of just trying to resolve problems and any issues that arise. Upland Media is a registrar, and I'm very keen to know about the mi.ke conversation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Juma Khalfan from a company called EcoBiz Limited in Mombasa. EcoBiz is one of the Kenica registrars.
Good afternoon. I'm Fiona Wairimo from Sasa Host. Sasa Host is a hosting service provider based in Kenya, doing domain registrations, web hosting, and web design and other services. I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So Kenyans are known for being vibrant online. We don't let anyone say anything negative about us. And so we want to take this to another level and discuss what strategies and initiatives can Kenyan businesses and entrepreneurs adapt to harness the potential of domain names, digital branding for economic growth, and online presence, considering, you know, a domain name is not local, obviously, it's global. So what strategies, you all here are gurus, you help other people register the likes of, I don't know if you have Nike.ke, Adidas.ke. So what can others do to unleash the potential of domains? I mean, it's no secret, we've heard from many of us when we were networking here, that there's a global appreciation. It's there for the .ke domain. So let's talk about what initiatives or what strategies can resellers, registrars use to make sure they optimize or unleash the power of domains.
That's a tough one because we also want to avoid us churning out. I don't want to register someone today and then next year they're not able to renew it. So the first thing we try to do is understand the business. What is it that they're hoping to get from being online? Is it just creating a presence? Is it trying to drive sales? And if so, then you need something more than just a domain name. You need to also look at the kind of website that they have. Is it an e-commerce site, or are we just doing a landing page? So that it varies depending on the size of the business and the nature of the business, and also the end goal. So I wouldn't say there's one size fits all. It's actually dependent on what the client needs and what is best for them, because you also have to design a solution that meets their needs for them then to have continued presence online. Otherwise, we'll be registering a business this year, then next year we are deleting it and registering a different one, which is a nil-nil game. It won't grow our domains as we want as a country.
Interesting. Speaking of strategies, Juma, do you have a target market, or do you have strategies you use to help your clients grow their online presence?
Okay, we have a strategy, but to add on the first question, there's a lot of misconception about the whole issue of domain to our people. I'll give an example. Somebody first opens a social media account when they do business, thinking that this is all what they need. But actually, if you have a domain and you register it as yours and trade with it, then it will mean you can actually convert a lot and you can have that presence for a very long time. Unlike having social media, because we've seen so many big celebs at this point, they lost their accounts because of so many issues. But if you have your own domain, build it properly, then that won't happen, because they can't close an account just like that. There must be some procedures to go around doing that, yes. So in terms of strategies, yes, we have strategies to convince our clients, because like Madam has said, so many people register domain for wrong reasons. Some register because they are vying for tenders and things like that. If they don't get those tenders next year, they are not renewing. So we must tell them that it should be beyond that. This is your brand. This is something that can drive you forward. So it doesn't make sense you have it for a year just because for one reason and then you leave it.
That's powerful, and it speaks. I want you to take that a little further. We have a demographic, obviously, in Africa that is really into social media, and I have a cousin who's an influencer, and so how would I convince her to get a domain and not always be on Instagram selling the brand that she represents? Beyond that, the domain will not be closed tomorrow.
Okay, it's like I said, it's a mindset kind of thing. We just need to convince them that should you have this, you have something that you can run with it for a very long time. And like, okay, so I'm not against social media, but you can have social media, link them to your domain, and I mean, opportunity are endless.
Sure, go ahead.
So we had a client, and we have a client actually. Before she got on board, she is a coach. She's a business coach, and she had authored a book, and she was struggling to get sales done, and also have people attend her events. And her main focus then was selling on social media pages and just trying to create noise within the social media spaces. And it happened to be around the time we were having the .me campaign. And so we just told her, just register a .me domain name and do a website. And then even if you have your social media pages, that is fine. You also have one central place where we can all get anyone who is interested in who you are will be referred to, and then we can also now link all your other social media spaces. So it is a success story, because once she got onto the .me domain, her sales went up, her events are now having more traction, because there's also the authenticity that comes with having a domain name. I can decide to open a Facebook account as James Turuthi, and I'm not you for all intents and purposes, but no one out there knows between my fake account and your genuine one. But for domains, it's very difficult. It creates a lot of professionalism and also authenticity behind any brand. I would say it's what was there, liken it to what a postal address or an actual physical office space.
Fiona, Sasa Host is a prolific registrar, and we really appreciate that as KENIC. I'm sure you have some more ideas, such as the case study Frida shared.
Yes, of course. Now, what I would also want to add to what they have also said is that the thing with social media, myself, I am also a social media, or rather I do a lot of work on social media. And one of the things that is very clear when it comes to social media, a lot of the traffic that you get are people who will either like, retweet, share your content most of the time, but there's a percentage of the people who want to interact more with whatever service you're offering. For example, if you're an influencer, someone is likely to see maybe one of the works that you have done at that particular point where they're interacting with your account, but there's probably maybe other brands you've represented before, other work that you've done before that is not on the feed at that particular moment. So having a website redirects that traffic to your website so that your audience is able to see other work that you have done to begin with. And then secondly, you're also able to have solid statistics on who are these people who maybe who are interested in your content, because with websites you're able to get more clearer statistics than with social media, and we all know how important data is into fine-tuning our businesses. And then the second thing is with development of tech, things like chat systems, like for example Talk2, it can give you more information, including maybe what did this person search before they came to your website, what link brought them to your website. So that data is very important for every business person, and you might not be able to get all that using social media, because as much as social media has data and analytics, there's still a lot that you're missing on it when you don't have a website. Yeah.
Very good feedback. There's one of the domains that's out there right now, and I hope it's the registrar is here, is bingwa.ke. Anyone familiar with that platform where you can go online, look for an electrician, look for a plumber, look for help with any challenges you have in the house? Those are the types of solutions I think we can bring on board to unleash the power of domains. Now, we've been challenged to register 1 million. We're at 105 now. How do we get there, Frida? The chief evangelist is here, and the ecosystem is all here now. What kind of ideas do we start thinking about in terms of the likes of Bingwa? People keep complaining. The only reason I use this mechanic is I trust him. But you're saying if you have a domain, maybe you can even have references on his website and stuff. And so having domains will help us get more Bingwa.ke type. And then we come up with strategies so they don't delete these domains. And next year when we meet, maybe we are 300,000. And we're unleashing. Unleashing and unleashing.
I think that's a challenge that we all have. One of the things that comes to mind is most of the people that we would say we want to target are also quote unquote content creators, and most of their avenues are social media platforms. But then what would convince that young person to move from an Instagram page or Facebook or TikTok to having a domain would probably be, like Viona has said, just selling it as an end game. It's not a quick win solution. It's something that you do for the bigger picture and with a bigger picture. And I would look at it in terms of like when we had the .me campaign, I would, it's a good thing that Kennick is here. Instead of it being time-based, would you actually look at it as a price point for a longer time? You say maybe you want to get Gen Z onto the domain space, and Gen Z needs, what do you need? Instagram account or this or the other, and just collect that to one central place. Probably have it online, sell it at a lower price, not necessarily just look at how to market it better and not just necessarily limit it to a 3 months or 6 month window, but just have it as if you're doing a .me.ke domain, then we'll have that sold at X for whatever. It's actually just priced at X, because then that just gives you the basic information or the basic landing spot. I think that's one of the things that it will complement social media, not necessarily compete with it. So I would say that would be one of the strategies.
I think Dorothy captured that one. It's something we've discussed, and we are glad to hear from you, Frida. So thank you very much. Juma.
I think we just need to see how we are increasing our, like Kennick, how they can come in terms of awareness of domains, do some ads. There was a time, I think some 3-4 years back, we had a TV ad from Kennick for domain, I think. So we need to do more of this. And if we can target now these people who are in universities and colleges, because I remember during our times, there was a huge campaign for Safaricom lines, considering that initially there was, at that time it was cancelled. They did a very big campaign convincing people to get to Safaricom, and it worked. How about us coming up with some strategies? Because all these young guys have emails, but they are Gmail, Yahoo, and the like kind of emails. How can we convince them so that rather than having Gmails and the like, they should register their own domains, have their own emails, which they can identify themselves with going forward. So I think this is the kind of conversation, and Kenny can play a very big role in terms of putting it out, advertise, and let's make these young guys utilize this.
I think I'll bring my conversation back to a couple of years ago when I think Ministry of Tourism and the entire industry launched the Magical Kenya campaign. I believe back then we barely, okay, for myself, if I was to speak, I barely knew like a lot of tours and travel companies. I barely knew like maybe a lot of hotels, unless those that I have visited personally. But that campaign had a very huge impact into their industry, because they gave an opportunity for all stakeholders, all hotel owners to have some push towards the same goal, which was encouraging tourism to come to Kenya. And the industry itself, the hotels, the tours and travel companies, they all jumped on board. So I believe it's time for us to also look into having a similar campaign, which can bring together all stakeholders involved, from registrars, from schools, from the private sector, everyone to come on board and have a campaign that is unified. That unification will also help in removing some of the myths that we have about .ke domains, because again, going back to the ground level, and when you're meeting business owners, you'll hear things like, if I get a .co.ke domain, that means I'll be just available locally. Internationally, my domain will not be visible. You see, these misconceptions are there, and we need to do something about it, which calls for a unified goal and a partnership for all stakeholders involved. Yeah.
That's been a theme: partnerships, collaboration, and that's very important about enhancing the brand recognition of the .co.ke. I'd like to invite the audience, so this is not one way, and you're not too glued to your phones, so that we can get feedback. The gentleman right there, Gitao.
If I can get you very well, one of the biggest challenge we have in the room this afternoon is what we do to grow the domain numbers from 100,000 to 1 million. I'm very sure we are not the first one to ask ourselves this question. Maybe there are strategies which have worked elsewhere in the world. So probably I could challenge the audience, especially Kenik, to probably benchmark. And when you are benchmarking, you benchmark with open minds, bearing in mind the season in which we are in, or the time, because the circumstances in which, for example, developed networks grew their domains could be slightly different from the ones that we are facing here. The second thing I'm looking at, or I'm hearing, yes, we have the objective of upscaling the domain uptake up to, let's say, 1 million. I'm asking myself, what is it that will drive me to participate in being maybe your brand ambassador, already marketing you? We probably need to think outside the norm and look at the incentives. How do we incentivize maybe Kenik in an effort to grow these domains? What incentives are there? What creativity and innovation, because we were talking about creativity and innovation yesterday, what kind of creativity and innovation is available to get to a point where we can sustainably achieve this feat of growing the domain? I think those are the thoughts that probably we should be looking at strongly at this time, so that we don't come here next year and find a very low uptake and keep maybe talking about the same thing the longest time.
Thank you. My name is Bogwa. Mine is more feedback, and this is to maybe Kenik and the other players in the room. You know, the number 1 million for me is a vanity metric. We need to put some more meat onto it because, and maybe we'll unpack this in the next panel, but we have to drive it using utility. We said some guys register these domains because kuna tender, and then after that it goes. Because when you're just, if you're an SME or an individual, unless there's a direct path to money or there's an out, it then becomes a sunk cost. You know, ESC Directory have been I've been a customer of theirs for many years, and I see those reminders coming in. You know, like, hey, hii domain bado hatujaifanyisha kazi. Do we still need it? But if we can think collectively of solutions that have a direct out for people, and I can drop one right now. I don't know how many of you know this platform called Linktree. Lots of people online are starting to use it as their central repository for all their links. If you come there, you'll find what my website is, what my Instagram, Facebook, etc. is. And there are premium versions of that service out there that give a bit more utility. Why are we not thinking of services like that? So that right out of the box, I can see, oh, I'll pay my 1G for the domain, and then maybe a random 500 shillings, but it allows me to be able either to get exposed better and that sort of thing. Otherwise, the 1 million is a vanity metric. I think we'll be chasing after the wrong target. How do we drive that utility? Maybe connected to ISPs in the room. If we do register, if we do get to the 1 million, is there a difference also in the traffic? Because that's a straight line value to also what is being created. Otherwise, if you're at 1 million domain names registered, but you're not seeing any uptick in traffic, whether local or international, then what have we really done? So it's a challenge to the room in general.
Can I take those two? Or?
I think more was feedback, and the team, Frida, Juma, and Yona can answer. Do you want to take any of the gentlemen's? What type of incentives do you like? Or how do you benchmark? Do you want to take any of those? Or keep taking those?
So maybe one thing that I'll also add, there are a lot of third-party products that we can use or users can use to maybe cater for that need instead of a domain name. But the problem is they cut down on your SEO. So it's also maybe how to look at it. For example, I know I've worked a lot with clients from the tourism industry, and I know a lot of them are using something like Bookly to create a mini version of a website. But the challenge that I always pose to the client is how much more are you losing on your SEO compared to when you had your own domain? And a lot of some of the things that we have done to maybe ensure the deletion of domains are not as many as before is we noticed that in our survey, we noticed that a lot of clients, they think of a business idea and of course you're looking at the name that you have thought on top of your head, you feel like this is the best name ever. So you go online and register. So we are encouraging more and more clients to consult so that we are also able to help you look at, is your name SEO friendly? Will it be easier to climb up, or will it be an uphill task? So that you don't now maybe 1 year down the line say, hey, I had this name, but I'm no longer using it. Because a lot of clients are, they are very brilliant, they have very brilliant ideas, but the area that they are failing most is when choosing the name itself. So you find that you're taking up a name that is an uphill task for SEO, for it to climb the levels of SEO. And also now, if you're competing, maybe an example I can give, assuming you're selling, let's say milk, and your brand is fresh milk, how many other companies are using that? You need to have researched enough to get keywords that are gonna propel your business upwards. So that from the name that you're coming up with, so I think gone are the times when we had names where you combine your name and your sons and your daughters and make it a brand name. Yeah, people are getting more creative with names, but in your creativity with names, try to make sure that you look at how many other businesses are sharing the same name. What other jobs do they do compared to what you're doing, so that now when you have that information, you can ask your web developer or your hosting service provider to assist you identify keywords that might be in a position to propel your business forward, so that at the end of the day you have a complete package, not just a name. You have a name that is SEO ready, you have now the right package from your hosting service provider, and then now you are able to get a website that can be able to portray your brand out there and also now complement what you have on your social media pages.
Thank you, Fiona. And if I may, it's probably it would be nemo.ke. That one is one should probably go for. So nemo.ke, when she was talking about SEO, search engine optimization, I don't want to delve too much into that because I guess Ambogu and the next panel maybe that they'll delve more into that, and I think we're running behind some. Do we have that one more question? That was perfect.
This is Mercy, and my question would be, I suppose the reason as to why a client will stay is because of customer success. Once they're able to succeed online, then we wouldn't have to wait up to a year for them to renew their services. They'll be able to renew it right on time, or before even they are reminded. Now, I would just love to hear what will customer success be for us as for the power of domains. Then number 2 is to comment about the success stories I'm hearing we have from the panelists. Then there are more success stories. How about using the success stories to drive the power of domains?
Thank you, Mercy. I don't know if it was a comment or a question because some of you have already said that you're doing that already. But as we wrap up, maybe you can answer Mercy and give your final comments. We can go back to nemo.ke. Yona.
So maybe to answer Mercy, customer support actually, or customer success in general, takes a very, very key role in ensuring that clients are renewing their services. Here's the thing. When you're doing business, or when you're in business, you have a lot of things that you're thinking about. You're probably thinking about, I've got rent, I've got bills for maybe employees, salaries, and all those things. There's new laws, there's new things. You've got a lot going on. So it's our job to make sure that your website stays online and it's in good condition. So what we normally do as a company now, specifically, we go through our clients' websites. We look at things that we can identify that can help you grow. For example, if we go to your website and we realize, so your loading index off, meaning that maybe there was content there, but for some reason it's no longer there. Maybe it was deleted accidentally, but you didn't notice. So we go through and then we call the client immediately. We advise the client, we look at how do we help you get back if it's the content, or how do we help you go back online. So that now becomes the responsibility of the hosting service provider. But at the same time, there is also now offering support 24/7 through calls, through chat, through emails, just making sure that the client is comfortable enough to ask any questions they might have any time of the day, so that you're to reduce that stress from you. And the other thing that we've done is coming up with a platform where you, as the client, you're able to engage us to maybe to give your feedback in regards to the service. Maybe you're having a challenge with your developer and you'd like quick assistance we are there for you. So I think us as a hosting service provider, and most of the hosting service providers that are here locally, they are doing that extra mile to make sure that the client is comfortable. But at the same time, renewing service is also now highly dependent on the client. So you cannot force the client to renew, but you can encourage them to renew. I think now that's where maybe reasons such as they no longer need the service play a part, or they have transitioned the brand into something else, or maybe they have closed business. So I think now it's on a case basis, yeah. In terms of now the churn, it's on a case basis.
Thank you, Fiona, for information sharing. And it appears all of us who are here are registrars. And from what I'm hearing, maybe there's a lot of information that we may have that maybe some of our other partners don't have, or the resellers don't have. So we also have initiatives that Kenny takes for training. And when those are available, we ask the resellers or those who want to become registrars to take that up. And this is done countrywide. So Juma, maybe you can tell us also what EcoBiz is doing in terms of sharing information.
In terms of sharing information with our clients, okay, as we have our resellers, and most of resellers in our area are cyber cafe, whereby we actually train them about domains. We train them about how they should approach clients, and we also have a portal of resellers whereby should they have any kind of issue, they communicate direct to us so that we can guide them and see how they can convince their clients. And another value added that we do, if a reseller brings a project, because most of them, like I said, they are cybers. If they have somebody who wants a website, we can do the website ourselves, and we have a percentage that we give them. And we have, I could say we have like now 10, 15 resellers that we've trained them how to do websites. Because we feel if they know how to do websites themselves, it will become easier for them to look for clients, then they come to us direct for hosting. So this has worked, and we've got a couple of domains from them.
Yes. Is there a specific location where you've done this, or is it Kenya-wide?
Okay, currently we are concentrating in Mombasa because that's where we are, and we don't want to go too far and not be able to give them the correct support.
Thank you. Now we come to the Chief Engagement Officer, Frida.
So in terms of ensuring customer success, we have automated a lot of our services. So we realized people spend a lot of time waiting for communication back and forth. And we have enabled our clients to actually just automate some of the things and just do access. We have a VIP lounge, so they're able to access a lot of services from one portal, and you don't need so many other passwords to remember. So obviously, the person who's given access to this portal is vetted, because you also don't want to give a disgruntled employee access, and as they're leaving, they mess the employer. Additionally, we do daily data backups, and in most cases, we do not even bill for that. And just to ensure that these our clients are secure, and we also trigger if you see an attempted attack, now we engage the clients. Additionally, in terms of trying to keep them online, we also try to encourage visibility. We've also been encouraging our clients to most of those who have the .ke domains to also register with Google My Business, because Google gives you preference for local areas. So that also enhances the visibility, and I hope that helps Mercy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chief Evangelist also wants to add to that.
Chair, I really beg your pardon for cutting the flow, but before you have your final word, graciously let me have my final word for this panel. I was following very keenly. We have a model that is called the 3R model. And our registrars here make the second R. So we are a registry at the top, KENIC. We have registrars, is this wonderful team. And we have close to 200 now, odd. But we have those, Pareto principle. Those who do the hard work, and others, munajijua, tutaongea nyuma ya tent. So it's a very important model so that the ideas that we are sharing here are music to our ears because we want to support the 3R model to work. And at the bottom, of course, we have the registrants, the holder of the domain. So it's a very critical ecosystem because we need the registrars to serve the registrants. And so where we can, we support this initiative. So I was keen to see what are the new ideas we have across the country to help us get to the 3X, 10X mark. So I was delighted when we spent some time in Mombasa, and there were some good ideas to make this happen. Secondly, KENIC stands for Kenya Network Information Center. We are not Nairobi. We are a countrywide agency. So what that means is that if you are from here and you're from a county that maybe is an outlier, do not feel left out. We have registrars in Kisumu. We spend some time in Meru, trying to activate the bottom of the barrel in terms of, you might think there's no opportunity, but the internet is inclusive. So we want to encourage registrars across the country. We will come there and we will support you to succeed. mi.ke. Mike. I was involved in this story, and so let me paint the picture because we are talking about unleashing. And I'm learning myself as a chief evangelist. A gentleman pinged me on LinkedIn just when we were about to kick off our auction. I met him in London a few months ago, and I learned about people called domain investors. I never knew there was a different group of people, not registrars, people in the corner, some of them 30-year-old families who have been in this business. You find a mother and two sons, older than me, and they are sitting on not quarter acres, na hizi manyumba mnanunua Karen. They are sitting on a cache of domains, premium domains. Every year wakisikia njaa, wanakaa mama na watoto, wanasema hii tuuze, wanauza. $100,000, wanaenda holiday, Europe. So I was like, is that a business? Yes, it's a business. While I was with this gentleman, he asked me, my name is Mike, and I've checked on KENIC, naona mi.ke is available. Before you open the auction, can I pay $5,000 for it? The value on our auction site for that premium domain was $3,500. He was offering us, dollars. It's a premium domain. He was also offering me $5,000. Did I say no? I immediately called my CFO and the team. I told them, give this guy the bank account details. He transferred the money almost immediately. And then he said, my son is called Jake, JA.KE. I don't have $5,000, but I'm a retired domain consultant. I can help KENIC and .ke to get visibility. Instead of me paying for it, can I do consultancy for free? Unipatie JA.ke. Consultants in the room. How much is consultancy? It can't be 1,000 bob. It's a bit of money, even if it's less than $1 million. That is unleashing value of domains. He thinks his son deserves this name. Of course, I'm sure he's going to sell it off to another Jake for $1 million. But he's saying, I'll give you consultancy because I just sold my company to GoDaddy for a lot of money. I'm retiring, but I can give you some hours for this name. That is value. I was like, that's valuable. He sees the value for us, and he wants to trade. Final case study. Again, we are benchmarking, sir. Meet a Chinese man, and Gitao knows him. He specializes in 2-letter domains. You can go online right now. It's called domainnames.com, dn.com. He's a Chinese man. Doesn't speak a lot of English. And I'm sure he's shopping around for 2-letter domains, even in Africa. Because Chinese don't speak English. So they like short things, short words. They are short themselves, I guess. So he realized that there's a market in China where they don't like complicated long names like fresh milk, but they like short names. So he shops for them and sells them locally. Google offered DN.com $3 million for that domain name from him. He turned it down. Thought, these guys they're joking. $3 million, I can sell it for $10 million. Unleashing the value of domains. I will rest my case, Chairman. Thank you.
Chief Evangelist, thank you very much. This is an easy one. I mean, I'll start with what Mbogwa has said. Utility, drive utility. And the people up here on the panel are talking about we have statistics. If you have ni.ke, there's a copyright issue there, I think. For Nike, I don't know, but there might be another one.
It's gone.
It's gone, eh? There are others. Let's think about the other. We have really beautiful addresses, domains we can unleash. So I thank the team up here. I think we've had a really good session. We've talked about pricing. That I'm sure has been documented in terms of where we can go next. Advertising, search engine optimization. I'm sure that will be discussed some more. Scalability, and then Magical Kenya campaign. Can we learn something from that? I think I really appreciate you, Frida, Juma, and Fiona. And let's take it to the next level in terms of unleashing the power of domains. And don't forget about our resellers in our Garissa. Is Bulsho here? He had some stories to tell too. So let's continue supporting our resellers, and the power is of the domains. There's still a lot to be unleashed. And thank you very much. Can we clap for them? They've done a good job.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, James, Ruthie, and team. I think our media team wanted us to take a picture before we leave.
I was thinking because these are my employers. And the person who bought, I don't know what it, Mabonimatatu.ke, you are very unfair.
Sorry. Thank you very much. Let's clap for them again. The next panel is by three amazing people, me being one of them. So I'll invite Moses Kemibaro up on stage. Mbugwa Jia, please come on stage. So here we are talking about now monetizing. It's Mike. I am a panelist come moderator. So this will be pretty much of banter between three friends. So karibuni. Let's try that.
What about, okay, this is good.
Gentlemen, let's start with Moses introducing yourself.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moses Kemibaro. I'm the founder and CEO of .savvy, a digital marketing agency. I also happen to be a blogger and somebody who writes about technology at moseskemibaro.com, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. Hi, guys. Name is Mbogwa Njihia. I'm a venture scout in the technology space, meaning I look at different verticals of opportunity. I also write on Matters Technology, have a column in the Business Daily running. I think this is the 11th year. And I've got a bit of a time in the trenches from when web or anything connected to domains was novel. And yes, it is exciting to be here today.
Thank you very much. My name is Gitao Muraguri. My background was actually in finance and banking. I spent over 10 years there, and my main job back then was financing real estate. So I've pivoted now into selling digital real estate, which for me, I think, and I really hope that a lot of you are seeing the opportunity, offers a much bigger opportunity, especially now for investors. I like what our CEO has, he actually preempted I was going to use the example of DN.com. So I actually came with my hat. He might give me a hat. See this DN.com. So today I'll wear this hat, and it's pretty much just to drive the discourse around the potential. He probably paid $10 for this name, and now he's turning down offers of $3 million and probably more by now. So I was lucky to meet with him, and I think over the few months that I've been preaching about .ke, I keep more and more seeing the potential of domain names. I think the market here in Kenya right now is everybody's thinking about the next dot which they can buy and wait for maybe 5-10 years and wait for it to appreciate. But domains, if you ask me now, you're spending how much? How much are domains going for now? A typical .ke domain will cost you maybe 1,000, maybe 3,000, maybe 5,000. But look at what people are now paying for domains, given the special interest or the demand that's actually being realized out of from the market. So let me throw it back to you. What are your thoughts on how we can start to monetize this sector and industry?
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe going back to the earlier conversation about utility, I think inherently a domain name on its own doesn't really do very much, right? You need to attach it to an email address, you need to connect it to a website, a service, a brand, so that it actually does something for you. But I'm of two minds as we talk about this, and I'm going to share two examples. Do you guys know why Kenya-Airways.com exists? What was discussed? Was it that they could not get .com, Kenyaways.com? So many years ago, when I still had hair, in the early days of the internet, working at a company called 3 Mice, which was owned by Online, I was one of the account managers handling Kenya Airways, and they identified a party who owned Kenyaways.com. And these guys approached through the lawyer, and I think the individual who owned it at the time wanted something like $10,000. He refused to pay for it. They refused to pay him, yeah? And that is why till today we have Kenya-Airways.com. They actually had an opportunity to own Kenya-Airways.com, which, as you know, I don't know that you guys know this in this room, many people do not actually go to Google to find a website. There's something called direct navigation. People actually type in your brand and presume it is Kenya-Airways.com. They presume it's Kennec.com or .ke. And there's a lot of brand value and equity lost in brands that do not own those domain names, right? I'm going to say something maybe a little bit controversial here. Keringet recently rebranded. Have you guys seen that? Is it Keringet water we're drinking? Do you know you can go right now online and register all those domains? Keringet.com, Keringet.ke, and Keringet.co.ke. Do you know you can actually do that? And this is the thing that worries me, that we don't take our domain name seriously, because a lot of consumers will not go to Google. They'll presume your brand name. You've built 30 years worth of brand equity in it, and you register. I want to share another story with you. When I used to work for Africa Online, we had a client in Diani called Aussie Mike. This guy used to make furniture in Diani. Aussie Mike, before anybody knew anything, used to own the domain name championsleague.com. Yes, even ICANN and all came after him. And unfortunately, in those days, what is Champions League? Yes, there's football, but for many people, Champions League could have been anything. You could justify it as meaning anything. I think eventually he cashed out for over $3 million. Now, let me share with you a personal story. Once upon a time with a good friend of mine, I'll not name him here, Buga, somebody we both know, had a company called May Communications. So out of the blue, he calls me and says, Moses, please register this domain name for me. It was $9. I registered it and we just sat on it. He didn't do anything with it. In fact, he didn't even pay me for it. But anyway, let me go on. So out of the blue, I get contacted by somebody through a company called Sedo, sedo.com. If you know anything about domain names, Sedo are a domain name proxy service. They help people buy domain names discreetly, they trade them, domain name trading as it were. And out of the blues, I didn't even know about this industry, the things that Andrew has talked about, and say, look, we want to buy this domain name. So speculatively, I told them, okay, I'm going to sell it for you for $5,000. The next thing I knew, I said, this guy sent me an email an hour later. The client has agreed. We're going to put it in escrow, change the DNS records for the domain name. You'll have the money in 2 days. I was so broke at the time, by the way. 2 days later, $5,000 checks into my bank account. Now, there's so many opportunities around domain names, but I too at some point used to register domain names for speculation. Just holding them, I still have a few here and there, but there's great opportunity in both the aftermarket where a domain name has been pre-owned and you can resell it, or you can build utility around the same. But I think the biggest risk that I see locally in Kenya is the fact that people don't own their brand equity. The last thing I want to mention is, guys, the dollar rate. Just now, I've been talking to my finance manager and saying, by the way, all our rates now have to go up by 40% because we're paying in dollars for services denoted in dollars. The reality is right now, .ke domain names are significantly more affordable than paying for the .coms and so forth. Number two, availability. Under .ke, you can get names you could never get under .com. Number four, Kenyans now today believe or respect or appreciate a .ke domain name more than a .com because it has that Kenyanness about it. Maybe that wasn't the case 10 years ago, but I personally love the fact that I can get any name I want under the KE. So that again is a missed opportunity in the sense that those brands that are not investing, consumers are shifting their perspective around the .ke, especially post-pandemic. And the last thing, probably the most important thing, is the direct navigation. People will presume your domain name exists under .co.ke or .ke. They will not even go to Google. And if nothing shows up, chances are, because the human is lazy, they won't even bother going to Google search again. They'll just assume there's no website. All right? So thank you.
Fantastic. Now that you're talking about monetization, the guy with KenyaAirways.com, let's use that as a classic use case. If you're in that sector, you'll know that the majority of the tickets are actually not sold directly. They're sold by agents. So if I was them, one of the things I'd do, because we now live in the day and age of APIs, is I'd literally put up a proper business as an agent riding off that. And chances are that, and the numbers I'm using are for a young man who built a set of applications for the smaller airlines out of Wilson and was selling 4 million shillings worth of tickets every month for himself, single man operation. Now imagine at scale doing that for a property like the TLD that you're talking about. Monetization right out of the box. Not speculative. You don't need to pack it. You don't need, because even with parking, the Sedo people and even GoDaddy, anyone who lists and puts ads there, they do make something, but I highly doubt it would be the equivalent of a commission based off a ticket sale, whether international or local. Let's speak about where we are from. Kitambo, Moses and I were in the era where you could charge 7 million, 10 million shillings for a website, right? I remember doing, the likes of Safaricom, Kiss, all these big ones. And then tools democratize the internet. Now, everyone and their son can do Wix, right? There's WordPress, there are all these templates that you can buy out there. So even out of the blocks, when you're talking about utility earlier, and how do we drive value for this SME, we forget the power of bundling. Bundling means that I can come in and at the click of a button, I mean, all of us who've worked on domain properties, you know how easy it is, say, to use something like cPanel. If I can click and from my domain name, I get every other thing set up, out of the box, I'm willing to pay, for that, and maybe having simple tools. Now we have the likes of ChatGPT that could say, tell me what industry you're in. I'm in Mombasa, I run a seafood restaurant called Mawimbi, help me generate content. Now that is value people are willing to, to pay for. And right out of the blocks, you can have a service that ikifika November, and you're sending a reminder for this guy to pay some 5,000 shillings. The domain was 1K, but the value-added services is 4Gs. They'll more than they're more than willing to pay for that. One more, looking at historically, just again at utility. In those early days, I remember one of the properties we worked on when we were at a company called Three Mice was something called Life in Red. People nowadays think social networks started with Facebook. The days of, if you're willing to show your age, the days of Friendster, the days of MySpace, we had something locally called Life in Red. And that property had 100,000 registered users. We were streaming radio on that property while we're still using Windows Media Player plugins. But you could imagine it is even difficult to achieve those numbers now. But we created properties that people are willing to go to, and we used to call them digital fireplaces. So if you're looking for a cheat sheet of what to do, the beautiful thing about the internet now is that there are so many communities that you can set up. How many of us are in all these WhatsApp groups that my phone is on mute on WhatsApp because it would be a now, that just gives you a semblance of the opportunity out there in this niche communities, whether it is dog owners, whether it's people who like chihuahuas, and you're starting a Chihuahua association and chihuahua.ke, and you've got 1,000 people who are paying some form of subscription to know this weekend we're going to Karura to walk our chihuahuas. There's going to be a minder. It's 500 bob for the chihuahuas, and the guy who's going to stoop and scoop. All these things are out there. We just really need to think, out of the box and look at what are people actually looking to do, not only online but also offline.
Thank you very much. I think, and I really hope that you're seeing the sort of opportunities that exist with domains. There's a lady who had asked about success stories, and maybe just remembering a discussion that we had with one of the registrars where their client requested for a domain to be registered, and he paid 6,000 bob, and they added a lot of content to it, and they've used it now for their business. But because it has a very strategic name, and again now pointing back to somebody was asking about search engine optimization. The name was a very easy one, so they've recently just sold it for $25,000. So you all have your calculators on your phone. Just calculate what sort of return that is, from 6,000 shillings to $25,000. The asking price was initially $50,000. So you can imagine the sort of return that people are having out of domains. I don't know that you may have any other local examples of what this could look like.
I think for me, one of the things, because at one point I was actually on the board at Kennick, that I've always hoped that we do locally, just like we have domain name marketplaces like Sedo. There was another one, I think, some years ago, I forget their name, but like Sedo, you could, if we were to create, I think, to allow users to surface domain names that are possibly pre-registered or available in a way that makes it a marketplace. It's almost like going to eBay, almost like going to a place where you can buy and sell. The idea would be those who are just holding domain names can put their domain names there to be listed, and possibly with a valuation. You also see this on GoDaddy.com. Equally so, if I'm coming and looking for a premium domain name that I think aligns to my industry, maybe salt.ke or sugar.ke, and potentially it represents a whole industry opportunity, how would I be able to easily surface those domain names and purchase them online? And I think that's a huge opportunity, because if you look at domain trading as an industry or profession, it's something that may not be as popular as it used to be, just because of the advent of social media, and people are now using Google Places and Facebook pages and Instagram pages as almost a proxy for a website. I think there's a massive opportunity where domain names could be surfaced and found. And I know that, of course, there's the auction that happens every so often, as it is right now, and I know that a lot of revenue and sales have been done in this manner. But I think within the local context, amongst ourselves, if we have dormant, underutilized domain names, how can we create a platform where we can buy and sell and trade in them? And more importantly, in that process, therefore, the value, just like land, of those domain names will increase substantially, especially when we have this discovery process. You go there, you see something you like, and just like you'd buy an art piece or you'd buy a car in a showroom, you say, I think I want that one. Why not? It would be perfect for this business idea or something I'm doing. So if we can maybe explore the possibility of domain name trading at a local level, paying with M-Pesa, very fluid, very frictionless way of doing so, I think there's a massive opportunity going forward from a local perspective.
I fully agree, actually, because that sounds like a secondary market for
Correct.
domains.
Correct. A domain name secondary market, locally based on a local platform.
I think my challenge is to all of us, both in this room and also online. I think we just need to get creative, get out there. I don't know, maybe there's probably matatu.co.ke or matatu.ke or I mean, you almost need to just think out of the box and get, find out whether a name has already been registered, because likely it is available and you could actually do something with it.
Can I add something? Maybe just another idea to borrow from the crypto space, the cryptocurrency space. Maybe some of you are aware of the phenomena or the development of NFTs, non-fungible tokens. And the funny thing about that space is that, NFTs are based on the blockchain. In many instances, people have been creating art or creative assets, which people have been speculating on and being sold for, cryptocurrencies worth millions of dollars. And I think currently people like Bored Apes and a few others are the most popular, but most of them have lost like 90% of their value. But what is interesting in that space that's happening now is, as much as the general commercial make money quick area has become sort of bad for it, I think it goes back to the days of the internet itself, when, in the early days when everything went .bomb, people thought the internet itself was not viable. The very internet itself, people suspected wasn't viable. But subsequently, as you can see, we are still here and we're still using it. And I think if we look at it that way, then the NFT thing is interesting, because where the real value is now is in applications like, for instance, using your NFT to provide validation of an authentic product, right? So people are using it, for instance, to validate that that is a Louis Vuitton bag because it has an NFT as a proof of authenticity. And maybe in some ways, if we look at that, maybe there's a thesis there around domain names becoming a way of validating or confirming a product or service is indeed authentic, right? Especially now in the Kenyan context for .ke. So there's a lot of opportunities around thinking differently about what a domain name is, and whether maybe a domain name can denote things like authenticity, which can give trust to the buyer of a product or service on your platform.
Do you want to go?
Yes. The earlier panel, we were talking about how do you convince someone that they should then get, mbogwanjehia.com. Because in the advent of social media, you could argue that, hey, utanpata Insta, niko FB, etc. But it's because one of the easiest ways to do that is to tell people that, let me use the example of LinkedIn. Before Microsoft bought LinkedIn, you could essentially grow your network on LinkedIn, and every so often you could go and say, I want to export my network. And when you export your network, you'd get your entire network, you get the names, phone numbers, email addresses. And I use that to great effect in those early years to kind of like do lead gen. Now, this is what happened. After Microsoft bought it, what do you think happened? They killed that feature. So if CEO Lewela here had 100,000 followers on LinkedIn, and he assumed that any day he could just go and export his network and then have access to it, because you cultivate those audiences. By tomorrow, there's nothing. But if you actively engage and then move people to a platform that you own, whatever they wake up and do tomorrow, we're seeing what's happening on X. Suddenly, you can't DM if you're not on Premier. API access has gone to, I think the cheapest is $42,000. So it's a no-brainer that when you cultivate these networks and you use them to grow your business, you have to actively think of how you're going to funnel that back to properties that you own. And the only way to do that is by, say, having your own domain and having services on the back of that that allow you to then lock in that value and cultivate it over time. Otherwise, you'll continue doing all this work, and tomorrow, Pale Mukuru, kwa Zuckerberg, they have a change in policy, and suddenly you can't do anything on IG, you can't do anything on WhatsApp, all that goes away. So you must very actively think of how you can draw people to your own property, develop a sort of brand equity around your domain names, and that way that cost of 1,000, 5,000, disappears, because the real truth and the real value of what you have is the business or the leads or any other intangible asset that you've been able to build in a digital world accessible to you.
Sorry, I just remembered something. I think it's important to mention. I don't see it as much these days, but I think it's still important. We've had instances where, and even till now, where with some clients, we actually preemptively register their brand name across multiple domain names. Yeah? So what we do is we do something called domain name aliasing. And what that means is, if let's say Andrew goes to kemibaro.ke, kemibaro.co.ke, kemibaro.com, kemibaro.ca, you'll always land on the same website or page. That's another opportunity for domain registrars, meaning that as opposed to selling one domain for your 2,000 shillings, you could sell variants of the .ke extension, but also variants of other ones, meaning that suddenly a 1,000, 2,000 shilling sale could easily become 50,000 plus. All right. And by doing so, there's the added service behind that, which is the aliasing, which is a value add that you charge for. All right. So think about brands like, popular Kenyan brands, even Safaricom. Why would they not have 50, 60, 70 domain names to preemptively lock in any possibility of anyone squatting on their domains? And back in the day, I remember that even law firms would contact you, global law firms, and say, look, we have a client who has an operation in Kenya. We are trying to protect their brand globally. So they would reach out, they would tell you, these are the ones we need to confirm availability, and then you register. So I think that's another monetization opportunity. So you create the pages, the websites, and then you proactively inform your client. By the way, it would be a good practice to secure these other 5, 6, 10, 11 domains to protect your brand equity. And for a fee, we will make sure that we alias and point all of them to your preferred website destination. That way you don't lose traffic, and you don't have the risk of losing your brand equity in the process. Because remember, if the domain looks authentic, people can be sent there. And I remember an instance, this actually happened to us many years ago, where we built a website, I think it was for Equity Bank. And some guys with all due respect to my friends in West Africa from Nigeria, had registered a clone called Equity Bank something something under .com. They then started funneling traffic to that site, which was identical in every way to the Kenyan one that we had built. And in the process of doing so, they had sent an email saying that we think there's something wrong with your account. Please log in and change your password. So the place that you used to know where to log in, you went there, the site was identical, and you put in your details. And lo and behold, what you actually did is give them your password. They then had a bot that would go into the back end and siphon the money from your bank account. This is a long time ago, over 10 years ago. But the point I'm trying to say is that if you don't secure your brand equity across domains, there's a risk, but also there's an opportunity, because you as a domain registrar can sell more domain names and value-added services, even from a security perspective. Yeah.
I really hope our registrars in the room and also watching online are taking furious notes, because that's a nugget right there. Thank you very much for that, Moses. I'll throw two numbers. One, there's about roughly 80% of the domains registered have a website. The rest in Kenya, I'm talking about .ke, do not have an active website. How can we encourage or drive them towards actually building a website and using it for their business?
Is that the North Star? Having a website? Ladies in the room, when you go to buy your shoe from Instagram, do you ask for a website? Hardly not. Maybe if we go back to first principles and say the internet is supposed to empower two things, communications and commerce.
Yeah.
We assume, for the majority of us in the room, that everyone should have an email address, for example. Because the email address powers many things. That's how you sign on to your social media. That's how you sign on to your mobile banking account. Maybe the thing is not, we're back on the track of utility. Maybe the thing is not, the website is not the end all. It's how do you drive more utility. So let me throw something out there. What is the other number that is probably, what are the other two numbers that are probably super unique to an individual in Kenya? One is your mobile number. The other one is your ID. My ID number 2424 XXX XXX. .ke, maybe because then I can use that to auto-generate an email from there that I can use on eCitizen? Do I have to be online to do so? I can be mobile, but not necessarily online. Can I dial a USSD code to dunge IPRS, ninunue domain name linked to my ID that is verified by IPRS, a government registered document, or a phone number? And the reason why you have a phone number is because nowadays with a phone number, you have to be person present at, say, the telco. Then, can I enable my cousins out in Geshagi to very easily onboard to any other service? Now, they want to sell something on Facebook. They have an email that they can use, your driving utility. Here's a second line to that. As they have that email address, what do we have most of the time? Most of us have banking applications, etc. Do I even need to have an email that is Google? Do I need to have it as Yahoo? Can I have it, whatever this extension is, can I have it automatically there in a way that the next time you from your Gmail are sending me email, can you send it to my ID at my domain name and I receive it on my mobile phone? You know, Kitambo used to have very simple services like email to SMS. And because you're talking about bridging a digital divide, can you imagine a world where that I can send you something rich via email to your email that you're saying has been generated by my ID, and it gets to me even when I'm offline? I'm just throwing some wild ideas out there to show that maybe the website is not the end all. When I drive this utility, is it something that somebody somewhere is willing to pay? Kama ile wangapi mko na call ringback tone nikikupigia simu inaimba Rose Mohando? It is a massive business. People pay 1 shilling, between 1 shilling 75 cents, even up to 3 shillings per day. What if you give a service that you could bill in that way, and across 1 year at 3 bob, how much is that? We're around the price of a domain. We're around 1,000 bob. So can you also get innovative around some of the solutions we are looking at doing? Because the majority of this market is not in Nairobi. It's mashinani, where my social network, the reason why I'm not on Instagram, why I'm not on Facebook, I'm not on TikTok, is want to see my girlfriend, I go to the other side of the hill. I go to see my mother there. Naenda kanisa ma mosque pale. That is my social network. Naenda pale kwa town, nikule miraa, chini ya mti na mabeste. Give me utility that connects me to the global economy and help me find a way to pay for it easily. So hopefully I've disrupted your website as an end game thought.
You know, just to add on to Mbugu, I just remembered something interesting. You know, many years ago, I registered kemibaro.com. So it's been there maybe 20 plus years. I put all my family there. We have our emails and so forth. And there's one day I literally was like, no, is this thing of any value? And I just asked them, you know, do we need this? And I remember people like, no, I need that email. And that sense of ownership and identity, I think, is a very powerful opportunity, because let me tell you, on my phone, there are people where I have to put an extension on their name because there's so many Andrew Kariukis. There's so many James Odongos, you know, and I'm asking myself a question here right now as you were talking. What if one of the business opportunities is you look for those extensions or domains based on popular Kenyan surnames or names? Maina.ke. Now, what if you went to the Maina.ke community across the country and said, guys, I'm going to throw you this service for 1,000 bob a year. You'll get an email or something, but I want a subscription, and I'm going to get all the Mainas.kes onto that particular domain as their primary email. How cool would it be if your name is Anthony and then it's Anthony at Maina.ke? Yeah, that's a domain name you'll want for life, isn't it?
Yep.
So as we start thinking about, like, you know, unconventional approaches, sometimes it's right in front of us. An opportunity built around the fact that, hang on a second, there's 100,000 guys called Maina. And now you're giving them the opportunity to have a domain name that has their first name and then their surname there. So let's think about these things a little bit differently, a little bit unconventionally, because that is the opportunity, I think.
Amazing. Questions? Chief Evangelist.
Before I do my vote of thanks. It's rare, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I'm sweating and shifting in my seat because of a panel and not the food I ate over lunch. those who are old enough, these are some of my seniors. You've heard of how many have heard of the PayPal mafia? PayPal mafia. Good. I urge you to tonight before you sleep, just Google PayPal mafia and just listen to whatever is up there. So recently, I think there was an article, and I was being referred personally as a cellulant mafia, and I'm not. But I can assure you, these two gentlemen who are exciting me, I don't know, I hope the young people are being excited because these are the old folks. This is the Three Mice Mafia, who then became, and they're still a mob. This is a mob. And I say it with a lot of humility, because if you want to hang on to somebody's coat, I think all the young people in the room, talk to these people. So thank you, gentlemen, for sort of exciting my creative juices in the conversation. I have one question for you, Kemi Barrow. The DNS system, as we have been discussing the last 2 days, certainly exists in a certain very codified and curated space in the global architecture. Are you aware of a way of linking the domain name space as we look at it now, or a top level domain like .ke with the blockchain space?
So interesting you bring that up, and I think Mbuga maybe has more context on this one. But I do know, and I'm aware of the fact that you can register identities under .eth. So under crypto, you can actually have what looks like a domain name, and it's unique to you, but it's also linked back to an NFT. So as a proof of identity, or almost proof of personhood, what I think WorldCoin is trying to do, this .eth extension is now one of the ways that you can somehow connect an element of DNS back to this crypto situation, and of course back to the blockchain by extension. So it's something that I believe that is happening. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for Kenik and also our namespace, and I think it's something that we can actually explore. Maybe Mbuga, you can also add on the same.
You've covered it pretty much, and it goes towards, especially if I'll keep talking about connecting to the global economy. Phone numbers, Kenya is 9 digits. You start going to countries that have 1 billion people, and then suddenly the phone numbers get much, much longer. So it's a lot more difficult for me to think of sending you money if I'm going to go on a mobile money platform and use a phone number. So if I need to transfer value to you, what is easier to remember? mbugwanjehia.com or mbugwa.ke is much easier. And I want to send that, and then it can of course check on chain, maybe bring me something that helps me verify that it is you. I can see a lot more details about you, maybe even the last thing that you tweeted out, etc., to verify that I want to make that transaction. So that's a very tangible use case of, hey, we all want to, you have a contract with someone out there, how do they pay you? Can they go on chain, and what can they use to verify your identity? I think that's the next level, and that can actually really drive adoption of local domain names and people just wanting to have that identity linked.
I think ultimately what we're saying is that things like your land purchases, authenticity on things like luxury items, these are things that are already starting to happen. And the fact that you're behind that NFT and with the fact that it's linked back to a domain name, you can authentically confirm that this person owns these things or is the rightful owner of this piece of land that was sent so many times. So I think absolutely, I think there's a massive opportunity around how does the domain name become almost a translator for the fact that these are your crypto assets. And I think also within that we have these horrible cases. Even right now, I think there's one of the crypto marketplaces the other day where I think they lost $1 billion in crypto. Why? Because many of these use a proprietary way of having your access to the platform, and if it gets hacked, they're able to go in and get your crypto wallet. So again, this could be one of the ways that you can protect and allow an alternative way of using and having and holding even crypto assets using a domain name, correct?
Lawyers in the room? Any lawyer?
Go ahead, you won't be quoted.
So you're the only person who I think will see that there's an opportunity for lawyers in this business. when you have people starting to get used to trading digital assets, there's always conflict potentially. So I found also a lawyer in London who only does domain business. It's going to happen even in Kenya jurisdiction, I think, where instead of leaving land to my kids, I leave them 3,000 domains as part of my will. The digital assets. Or people are fighting over Kenya-Airways and other things. What I'm saying is that those in the digital space and the legal profession, this will start to really expand, and somebody has to help the judges and the prosecutors to understand it.
Thank you very much, CEO. There's another question from Bob Uche.
Yeah, probably in reaction to Chief Evangelist here, a comment that probably I wanted to put into perspective, and probably then I come back to what Moses and Bubu has highlighted in very interesting detail. When you talk about blockchain names, I think it's important to put some color to it and some caveat that today the internet operates off the DNS. There's a DNS that we understand. That is an ecosystem that most of us are part of. That's where the .ks of this world are. And the domain names that most of us know refer to, it's called the root. So there is a chain to it all the way to the root. But that is not the only root that exists. So there are other routes, or what we call alternative routes. Maybe that is not confusing everyone. And you could think of blockchain names today as in that category. In other words, we have blockchain names, only that they are not accessible through the normal DNS. So if you are on a .ke name, for example, you cannot access a blockchain domain name because they use a different route or alternative route. So think about that. I'll come back to monetization very quickly. And two things I wanted to comment around. And I think, Andrew, you mentioned an interesting thing. How many lawyers are in the room? I think when we talk about monetization, it is not just registrars in the room. It's not just the domain name itself. I think this applies to most of the professions around, and lawyers are critical in this, that the dispute resolution ecosystem around domain names is lacking in expertise from the lawyers community. And you could look at probably the .ke or Kenya by itself, but if you are to project this beyond Kenya, then the gravity of the need becomes bigger. I'll give you a case of ICANN. So if you have a dispute with ICANN domain name processes, for example, during a name application round, like the one we are heading to. So say we apply for .bob, him and myself, and we don't agree, we can't agree between ourselves. We'll be taken through a place called IRP, or Dispute Resolution Panel. And today, we have 7 panels. These are lawyers, as we can imagine, and we have none from Africa as an approved panel by ICANN. So monetization will not just be, or should not just be, for the registrars in the room. It is for the rest of you as well, that there are opportunities in this space that you can actually grow and be a pool that can serve both Kenya and beyond. The other component is trademarks. And I think Moses, you talked about how do you protect the different brands that a company has, or your digital assets. I think there's the other element of trademark protection or brand protection that again needs our lawyers in the room to actually grow as an area of business, because that is equally lacking. So let's broaden the monetization idea and make it all inclusive. It is not just on the domain name itself is actually quite very broad. And if you imagine that Africa today has got less than 1% name registrations, I mean, both GTLDs and CCTLDs, less than 1% out of the 360 million domain names. So that opportunity is quite huge for both sectors, both registrars, but also the supporting environment, including for lawyers.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I don't have a comment.
It wasn't a question. Maybe unless you have a parting shot as we come to a close.
Yeah, I think just maybe to reflect what Bob has said, I think that's very true. Like I mentioned, over the years, we're contacted by parties, including lawyers, on behalf of clients seeking to register local domains for their clients. So very much so, I think there's a massive opportunity there to sort of bring those practices and bring that dimension to what we do here locally.
It's a question.
Thank you very much. My name is Newton from Sasa Host Limited. And first, thank you guys for sharing these brilliant business ideas. And we look forward to you guys
sending our invoice.
Tuongea nyuma ya tent. Now, I don't know whether this question is directly to you or to the CEO. When we talk about domain business, especially .ke extensions, my question is, when it comes to the ownership, like I know with .com extensions, sometime when a client register and someone wants it, we send them to these people to go and negotiate. If it goes through, you are lucky. But now with .ke, what I know is that when I come for Newton.ke or .co.ke, and I find that you are the one who registered it, and yet the company is registered under me, what Kenik does is to request for who will produce certificate of registration for the company. Now, the question is, in the event that I register, and in reality, I'm not the owner of the company, or I didn't register that company, and yet is the domain that I registered. Do I have ownership, or it will be transferred to the company that can prove the ownership? Then, secondly, once this domain name has been registered under me, and like a year later, a company with almost similar name is registered. Yes, they will have legal registration details for the domain, for the company that is, but the domain, it was me who registered a year even before the company existed. How will you treat these two scenarios? Thank you.
Thank you. Is Beth in the room? I think somebody needs to call her. She's the expert on this question. But the first part to sort of give some comfort, which is another advantage of having a .ke domain. We have less of these cases. The scenarios are accurate and precise. And we have a dispute resolution mechanism, which my colleague handles, and she can, I think, manage those two scenarios. So that's an advantage. So the less than 1% looks like it's an advantage, but because there's availability, as Kimbaro said, there's also less disputes in this desk. But the disputes can and will arise. So it's a question of the legitimacy of ownership. So the dimension you've mentioned, I think having it registered, for example, under BRS, you're talking about a CR12 or business name registration. So that's a legal requirement, and I'm just trying to buy time for Beth to make her way. it is more than that. I think her team sits to understand you might own it technically, legally, but have you built a business around it? So the legitimate question, I think, is much more than just some, say, I was born John in my birth certificate. But somebody says, but I've been John the Baptist. I've been actually baptizing people with the name. So which one, you know, I will leave this to Beth. The issue of ownership and the legitimacy. One person owns it by registration. Somebody says, but I feel I'm the rightful owner because either I'm using it or I registered it for this actual project that you guys are talking about. So basically, maybe just walk with everyone on through that dispute resolution mechanism you have in place.
Good evening. Okay. My name is Beth Njao, the DPO at Kenik. So, with regards to domain disputes, we look at a couple of things. First, you can own a domain in a different sector. You could be handling events like beth.co.ke, handling events, beth.co.ke, insurance. You get? So if you bring to us, you say beth.co.ke is riding on our brand, we look at what exactly category. We also look at trademarks. Have you trademarked? Right? So, but with matters of trademark, we involve KIPI. KIPI comes in. But through that, we get to hear the two parties. So what exactly is the issue? But so long as you're not riding on beth.me.ke or beth.co.ke, trying to cyber squat what I am doing, that we automatically either suspend the domain or transfer it. But if you are in two different sectors, we do not take any action because there's no way Beth A is related to Beth B. Those are two different categories. Yeah.
Maybe just to add, I remember when I was on the board at Kenik, the dispute resolution process was something that we worked on a lot. And I think one of the advantages we had in Kenya is that the things or the way we go about it actually gives the parties more opportunities to prove and potentially reclaim their domain, as opposed to the .com situation like I mentioned with Kenya Airways, where with all their muscle, they couldn't actually pry that domain name away from the other party. Yeah, even though they were the legitimate brand or owner, or should have been, for that domain name. So I think another thing I want to mention is that if that process is still what I recall, then you have more recourse in Kenya than you do with, say, .com, which is a top-level domain name.
As a baseline, let's assume that I registered Kenya Airways.co.ke. I mean, as we speak, maybe Kenny could have already transferred it to Kenya Airways, maybe. But you see, in the case of .com, there is that full ownership. But in the case of .ke, if it was just the same domain, I feel like the process might be even longer. Then also, to be very clear on my question, we have Newton Ltd as a company, and Newton.co.ke that was registered in 2020, and Newton.ltd is registered in 2023, right? And they are coming for Newton Ltd.co.ke, which I registered 3 years ago, and yet the company is very young. Bearing in mind, I'm looking at the business opportunity as far as reserving a domain is concerned. The question is, will I make something out of it, or it will be transferred?
Thank you for the clarification. That's fair.
At Kenik level, we offer mediation first. We bring the two parties on board. You've been part of a dispute resolution process before as a registrar. Okay, so the moment we receive a complaint, we bring the two parties. we hear the two sides, right? Some actually ask for money. When, they come and say, we'll give you the domain, but we have invested so much. We want 4 million. So as Kenik, at that point, we cannot come in. We give these two parties opportunity to talk. If you agree, you come and tell us, we have agreed to transfer the domain and we are going to pay. If you do not agree, proceed to arbitration. We have a list of our arbitrators online on our website, kenik.wa.ke. You agree, whatever you agree, come to Kenik. If arbitration doesn't work, go to court. But the moment you ride on Kenya Airways, that's a very well-known brand. Truth be told, you will not win that. We've had a case with airtel.co.ke. It's a known brand, trademarked in Kenya and outside. So we end up like, unfortunately, you transfer the domain. Fortunately or unfortunately, transfer it. But at any given point, we give the two parties time to talk. Yes.
I think ultimately, in the spirit of the internet, we always try to be fair and procedural where we can.
Sorry, based on your response, I was just trying to think, like, if I want to venture into maybe domain system and a business, and I say, okay, let me start registering maybe domains that can maybe in future generate something. Will it require that every domain that I register must have a backup business, which is like, for example, if I have bet.co, I have a bet limited company, so that in future maybe someone registers bet limited as a company does not compromise my domain.
So maybe just to add on the issue of disputes, I think the biggest challenge with .ke domains is the ease of the domain being released to the other party. So what my colleague was trying to put across is that when it comes to other domain extensions such as .com, it's much harder. Unlike, I think there's a gap in the legal system when it comes to Kenya, whereby if at all maybe both parties can't agree and they now go to court, you find that most of the time the legal process might tend to lean to the person who already has an existing brand, and the person maybe who registered the domain even before this existing brand was created ends up losing. We've seen domains, especially maybe for phone brands or domains that have been registered maybe for that are popular, that is, we've seen people losing out on domains and any revenue they could have got simply because now it's progressed to a legal engagement. So maybe a challenge to Kenik is to find a way of also protecting the people who register domains. Because if I registered a domain 10 years ago, I've been paying for it consistently, and then these new companies registered a month ago has the name and the legal documents, and when we go to court, I end up losing the domain. It's kind of not fair. Yeah, and now the other bit is that most of the time, when it gets legal, they also engage the registrar, or rather the registrar becomes like the middle man in the legal process, which also now has a implication in terms of you have to appear in court. Like, I think there's a gap in protecting the registrars, because all you did is register the domain name, but when it gets legal, you also become a respondent which you're now required to appear to court. So I think there's a gap, and what the panelists also talked about, bringing in the lawyers for a legal framework to protect maybe the registrars and also the owners of the domain name is something that we can work on as a community of those KE domains. Yeah.
Challenge accepted. I think the gap is clear for me, and we can look at it again with the registrar community. I just had one question. How many of your clients have actually gone all the way, the whole hog to the courts? Do you track that number? Like a big growing number? Yeah. So sorry for being petty. In 2023, how many? It's a number, significant. Where's Bob? We know English. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think we'll pick that up. Asante.
2023 we received disputes. Yeah. Okay. Sawa. Engineer. Oh, you asked a question on if you register your domain 10 years ago. Same as she has asked. To be a domainer. Yes.
So I have alphonse.co.ke as a domain, but I don't have any business attached to it. It is just a domain. But in let's say 5 years, someone come up and register Alphonse Limited Company. Of course, there are many Alphonse. And then maybe we get to a point where he claims that he wants that domain. Okay? And for me, myself, I say, okay, that is my domain, but I don't have necessary documents or legislative documents or statute that show that, okay, this is attached to this kind of company. It comes with a certificate of registration or a business certificate. For me, I just come like, okay, I registered. Who will be hard in this case?
I think, Alphonse, we are saying you will both be hard. And we will try and find a middle ground, whether negotiated. Because if you bought it, what was the intention? Was it speculative? How much money do you want, Alphonse? that would be the first layer. If you disagree, in Kenya, we try to find a balance. We have an escalation mechanism. You can arbitrate. If you refuse, unfortunately, you might end up in court. And we cannot guarantee you what the person on that bench, side of the bench. Yeah. But we'll give them, from our perspective, we'll give them sort of a perspective of, is it first come, first serve? Is it they have invested enough, they are known in the market, brand protection. So there are many parameters, but the process will be to find a fair outcome in that case. So this thing can be fluid, and that's why I'm saying we need everyone in the room, the lawyers, the technical people, can try and help resolve this best way forward.
Thank you, Andrew. To add on that, our ADRP policy states what an abusive domain is. So by the time you're coming to file a dispute, it must fall under that category. So we tick the boxes, A versus B. But now we involve you. So why are you saying alphonse.co.ke is violating Alphonse Limited? Yes.
Thank you, Ben. We still have one more question.
Good evening, everyone. I think from the discussion we've had on the back and forth on regulations, one of the duties that a lawyer has most times when it comes to a client, we look at the future challenges that the client might face. So it's a challenge to KENIC that maybe you can look into the risks that are associated in case there is a duplicate of, yes, when you're registering your domain names, when you have one, no one else can have it, right? But if there is any risk that can be involved, that's something that you can advise your clients on. If Alphonse, there's Alphonse Limited and there's other Alphonse, you can advise them on the challenges that they may face in future or the risks that are involved. My question was answered during the back and forth conversation with Beth on the panel. Thank you.
Final comment, Beth?
I think over time, some of the challenges we've had is with domainers. There are some people who will register domains to extort money from well-known brands. Last year, we had 5 cases of KCB. Somebody registered KCB Groups Investments, came to us from CA. Another one, KCB Groups. So until it is brought to our attention, we take action. But you see the fact that KENIC does not register, our registrars have that visibility. So it is for them at some point to advise. I remember Fred Secunet yesterday mentioned, the moment they realize there is a domain similar to a particular product, they do a follow-up and they advise. So in this case, can we then collaborate with our registrars to help us on that? Right? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Any other question? I want to take a simple poll. How many of you now feel or think that there's actually opportunities in domains? Hand up. So almost all of us. How many registrars do we have in the poll? Registrars, hands up. It's a good number. I want to believe a lot more are watching online. So those are the people to reach out to. They'll help you register your domain across the various extensions. I think it would be a disservice if we did not take note or mention the registrars who are in the room, as well as the other. We have almost 200 registrars who can be able to register your domain. I know there are people who've asked, how do I become a registrar? So I will ask our team from KENIC. Where's this? Joel? Joel in the room? Steve? So those are our account managers. They're outside. They're probably registering some people. But there's Joel. Maybe you can just wave. So Joel can walk you, take you through the journey of becoming a registrar. And there's Steve also somewhere around there. So the two of them are really key in they'll be able to assist anybody who wants to become a registrar. Last parting shot from Moses and from Bugwa.
Thank you. My parting shot will be a short story about the potential. A few years back, there was a South African company, I think it was backed by Naspers, called Mocality. And one of the things they did is they said, because you're moving to the digital age, the Yellow Pages is a relic of the past. And I don't know how many of you had ever listed in the Yellow Pages, but they used to have the fee to be in that yellow book that was placed in call boxes all over town was a bit on the steep side, even for an established business. And if you did your ROI and say, who called me from getting my details in the Yellow Pages, the physical book, probably not get much. So what Mocality did is they had a very interesting system of recruiting and verifying shops, retailers. And everyone, you could find them on the Mocality marketplace. And to the best of my knowledge, they had managed to register and verify over 400,000 biasharas. And this is saying Bogwa Butchery, somewhere in Langata, Moses went and marked it, someone else came and verified that it actually exists. And the reason why I quote that figure is that we're in the journey to 1 million. So if already people wanted to be listed in a marketplace for visibility, how would they then differentiate themselves? It would be if they then extended that to get a domain name. Now, when we talk about the domain name, I've said we need to go beyond the domain name and beyond the website and offer tools. One of the tools that this platform used to offer were bundled services. Let me call them messaging services. And the average amount, maybe in dollar values now, per month that they would consume is around $3. I'm painting a picture of the potential of businesses are willing to pay for services, not just for what's in a name. Yes, you've given me the domain name, but what sort of value can I extract from it? So that's a conversation for the registrars. Can you package something that SMEs or even large enterprises can see as additional value beyond the domain name in a way that is easy to create? And maybe now for Kenik is to say, what other valuable services, like we've talked about, the trademark database should be something that I think is publicly accessible. Like you can go and say, is Coca-Cola a trademark in Kenya? So that if anyone is trying to do a Coca-Cola, like you said, flag it, follow up and say, kindly provide documentation. And what we've seen in the telco space, I'm also in value-added services in the mobile side, is if you want to go to any of the telcos and you say, I want to register a sender ID with the Coca-Cola. I mean, coming to the festive season, I want to send you guys messages with the ID Coca-Cola. The telco will say, Bogwa, please provide documentation to show that you own this. Whether that's a trademark, copyright, a business registration document, whatever that is, so that they can then originate that. Because we also have to look after the legitimate businesses and not in this race to 1 million, there could be 30% of bad actors simply trying to look for those opportunities. So maybe again, I know Kenik also has revenue targets. Maybe it's a service that you could create that then the 200 so registrars subscribe to so they can run more efficiently and therefore reduce the cases of escalations from the site. I think that's it. Let's think beyond the domain name. Let's think of services that we could layer on there. And most importantly, the innovative business models. Remember I mentioned the callback ring, CRBT, caller ringback tone, that people are being charged 3 shillings a day for. Across the year, it comes to around that figure that you pay for regular domain name. Can you look at, I don't want to use the malipo mdogo mdogo, because you're literally paying for it day by day, but in a mechanic that is not painful to an SME. So that Mama Mboga, think of it this way. If you go to the Mama Mboga at the corner somewhere here, and you say today, give me 3 bob, she'll reach for the hanky and give you 3 bob. Tomorrow, do the same thing. The money is there. You just need to package it in a way that doesn't feel painful, as opposed to me going and saying, Mother, give me 1,000 shillings for a domain name. We'll hear ATK. That money will stay there. But if it's 3 shillings per day, these people are liquid and they're willing to pay for services that essentially have real world value for them. Asante.
Yeah, me just reflections. I mean, believe it or not, we've been doing this stuff, I think, for almost 30 years. And I think for me, what I feel, and this is going to sound funny, but I feel like we're just getting started. Okay, that's one thing I want to say. Whatever we think we have achieved and done, now with even the advent of AI and the wonderful data centers in Kenya like PAIX. Yeah, in fact, I was with them the other day at another event with Tesbook, and I was just saying, guys, until I came to your data center, I did not know this was possible in Kenya. I did not know that now I can bring back my hosting services because now we have the infrastructure that is world-class. In fact, now paying the dollars to an international server center doesn't make sense because I should be doing this locally. So if anything, we're just getting started because now we even have local infrastructure that allows us to do this locally. Number 2, I don't know about you guys, yeah, but anyone who sends me, including some of the most professional and highly regarded people, an email from a Gmail for a business transaction, I don't know what it is, but I just look at that email and suddenly my perception of that person just goes down, right? Point being that I think domains have become, at least for me, a validator of somebody who's serious or business that is serious. You send me an email from a Gmail and you want to transact business. The first thing going through my mind is, are you kidding me? You mean you could not go to Safaricom, for instance, and register for one of those affordable bundles with a domain and an email address on Roundcube and send me an email and it costs you maybe 3-4K? What are you trying to tell me? I don't take you seriously. The amount of spam I get coming from Gmail is ridiculous. I block them and I report them automatically. Okay? The third thing is there's something strange happening. There was a lot of hula baloo, social media came, Twitter, Facebook, everything. But as I deal with clients, including the one I came from this afternoon to this place, the websites are becoming increasingly important as a way of determining or positioning yourself as a brand or a business organization. What's my point? There's a lot of young people today who believe by the virtue of having a Google location on Google Business Places, whatever it's called, or having a Facebook page or an Instagram account is sufficient. But that means you're dime a dozen. There's nothing distinctive. There's nothing special. The barrier to entry is very low. But the moment I see somebody has a website, and especially these days at .ke, I sort of feel a sense of comfort, a sense of trust, a sense of this must be somebody legit. And I'll give you a personal example. There's a time when my fob for my car key had a problem, and I Googled it. And I went all along this list of potential locations near Langata, which is not far from where I live. And funny enough, there was a company I think called Car Key, not far from here, by the way, just down the road. And the reason why I went to them is because they actually had a website under .ke. And because of that, I got a good service. I even raved about it on LinkedIn and Facebook and Twitter. And the only differentiator was the fact that if this person had taken the time to build a website, and not to mention it was also .ke, then for me, I had that level of confidence that this is the most legit business. So I think as we think about the value of a domain name as a brand differentiator, as a way of positioning yourself above the noise, I think more than ever, because now the barriers to entry are zero for social media and other platforms, it becomes even more important to have a web presence that works off a legitimate domain name, and preferably a .ke. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moses Kemibaro and Gugu and Jay here. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Let's clap for them. Immediately move to take a picture. Want to see you want to join us on stage? Yes, please. Oh yeah. CEO, before you leave the stage, would you believe we've come to the end of Kenya DNS 2023? I want to thank each and every one of you. Let's clap for each other. Clap for yourselves, actually. I want to thank you profusely for staying the course, taking the time to come to Kenya DNS, for all your engagements, the feedback. I want to thank all the panelists. Before I go ahead of myself, I will ask our CEO, he's going to give the vote of thanks. But I really do thank you for all your engagements. And I hope you've really enjoyed and learned something new. So thank you very much.
Asante sana. A big hand for Gitao. He's done a tremendous job. So I had a long list, sort of recap, which I promise you I will spare you, because my intention, as challenged by Grace earlier, was we'll try and do a decent job based on 2 days fantastic contributions, do a proper rapporteur report. Because as per my request yesterday when we were kicking off, I anticipated we'll have solid, actionable recommendations, ideas, and thoughts, which have really come out of every speaker that I've had. I've taken down furious notes. My bag is full of this, so I hope we can distill some of this, and where we as KENIC can help push the needle forward, we will. Kemibaro, I was going to request also you change your .com, .com to .ke today. There's our desk outside. Thank you. Mic check, much better. So before I hand you back over to the team, I think which has a plan to serve us some tea, I believe, and some salubrious beverages. Don't quote me. I don't think. I think that's an extension. I want to give a vote of thanks, and I'll try to be very deliberate, because everyone seated in this room deserves a big vote of thanks. So I want to start with the audience in the room. Many new faces compared to day one, and there are those who also came a second day. So I want to thank you most sincerely for participating, engaging, and contributing to conversations. I could not help myself, but over lunch, over tea, I was really oscillating between conversation to conversation with all parties, from entrepreneurs, from registrars, from investors, from government officials. So it's been super excited. And yesterday when I was starting, it was a bit slow. Today morning was a bit slow with the weather, but the room is actually packed. So asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki. I also now want to move to our very decorated group of speakers and moderators. Yesterday, directors in the room from KENIC, we have, I think, Director Davis, I saw earlier, Truthy, and Director Thomas. I think you are witnesses of the quality of the forum that we have put together, and the team has worked hard. So I want to really thank the quality of the speakers, the panelists for coordinating all this. We've really been challenged. So thank you to the speakers who came through for us. We had to make some changes here and there, but I'll forever be grateful. It is going to be our intention to take this a notch higher in coming years. So we welcome you to continue supporting the curation of the agenda and the quality of the content. The next vote of thanks is really to my chairman and the board at KENIC. They supported this project from the onset. They have participated. 90% of them have been there between yesterday and today. So directors who are in the room again, Chair, asanteni sana, because governance is an important component. I think there was a case study around our friends Afrinic and the need for cohesion and unison at the board level, because that governance supports the secretariat. So I want to thank the chair and the board members, both permanent and independent, for supporting this process, because it's why we've delivered. Without that oversight and authority, we wouldn't be here. So thank you. Next, there is a team that I would like to, if possible, to be called into the room. So the KENIC team. They are donning their either red or black. If it's possible, just for those who are outside, to just for them to walk in here. So the people behind the scenes. I'm the one who talks the most, and I try to sound clever, but I'm not really, to be honest. There's smarter people who get the job done also. So they support me, and they support registrars, and they support registrants. And where I take time to embarrass them. So KENIC team, please just walk to the podium. Not only is it because I truly believe that these guys deserve your support, and it's good for you to know them, but also in MBA, they say leaders have to recognize people publicly. So I'm also trying to tick that box from MBA class. So guys, come up. I will not introduce them. I just want them for you to see them, how smart they are and how organized they are. I think the snippet, we have majority of them here. Chairman, I think we got the gender balance right, yeah? I think it's above our sector average, which is dominated by gentlemen. So a big hand for the Kennick team. Team, I thank you. That's it. Oh, I thought. Thank you, guys. The average age, thank you. The average age at Kennick is 33. So we are slightly, again, in an average tech startup in Kenya, it might be much lower. And it's because of Gitau and I. We are the ones who have pulled the age. Uko juu. But we are, anyway, we are retiring soon from Atukombali at 60. So thank you, Kennick team. I also want to, and this is not in specific order, that we have had a team of suppliers who have delivered different parts of this event. You can see how the technology teams have tried to coordinate the videos, the streaming for those who are following us online, the camera crew, the different teams. Thank you, Grace, for bringing also the Tech on Tech team who have been covering this event. Asanteni sana. Yesterday when I was doing my last interview, I asked them, you guys stand the whole day. How do you do it? I said to Mezoea, it's not easy job. So again, well done to all our suppliers, and we recognize you for supporting us. Now, I would have thanked the manager of the hotel and all those things, but I don't know him. But thanks for hosting us. I had never been to this hotel before. When they brought me the paperwork for Tamarind, I said, the Tamarind I know is in Mombasa, where I go with Mama Watoto. So this one, I was like, I'm in Sabasquati. They're giving me something that looks similar. So thank you, Gitau. I thought I knew Langata, but clearly I don't. It's been a fantastic venue. Do you think so? It's fairly okay, fairly good. So thanks for that. So thank you for the people who have hosted us. Pass their thanks to them. I said I will not tire Gitau, even if you want to take the mic from me, from thanking our sponsors. So again, I want to spend a minute to recognize our sponsors. It's never easy to pull this. And sponsorship is not about money, ladies and gentlemen. I think sometimes we get it wrong. Sponsorship is about working with the other partner, whatever they need. So many of these sponsors have believed in this forum, some of them without battling an eyelid. Because they believe in the long game that we want to deliver around this forum. So I want to thank PAX, TESPOC, Internet Society, ICANN, who else have I mixed there? Kenneth, Liquid, for committing to this event, and many of them have said next year we will be here. Those of you promised me that you will partner with me, that you're not ready. I hope again you feel embarrassed. Tongue in cheek, I'm saying it lightly. But I have also had many commitments, people who either were stretched or are not able to be here, double down here, who have committed already for next year. So if you want to commit to work with the DNS community, with the internet community here, we welcome you on this journey. So thank you to our sponsors. I know some of them have stands outside. As we mingle after this, say hi to the sponsors, find out what you can do with them. Finally, this is a joke I picked for my young person the other day. I want to thank myself for being here. Yeah. Oh, you laughed. That means it was funny. Yeah, if I was not here, then yes. Anyway, that was just a joke. I tried to be. I'm happy that we've been able to run through what do I think I thought was a heavy agenda fairly quickly. We would have loved to spend more time. There are themes that we could have added, but we welcome you to challenge us to include them in subsequent conversations. Again, Gitao, thank you for running this quite well. It is rare to finish on time. I've never succeeded when I was doing events in my younger times. So it's important that we all cooperated. We need to be where we need to be. And we also thank the Almighty God for giving us fantastic weather and giving us air, breathing. We take it for granted. We had a few participants who are close to me who could not be here because of ill-related issues from family and friends. I never take it for granted every moment you are here. So we thank the Almighty God. Disclaimer, if I have not mentioned you in the vote of thanks, and that is likely, in your heart, just mention yourself and forgive me, because I can be a bit forgetful. And I'll take it back to Gitao. And Gitao, you can whisper in my ear in case I've forgotten somebody, so I say it here openly, because I do forget sometimes.
I think you've mentioned everybody.
I have. Good. So I hope there's nothing, no other agenda. I will not review the day. I had my notes because it will be extensive. But I commit on behalf of KENIC that we will be sharing our rapporteur's report with everyone who attended and those who are online. We thank you also. We've got immense feedback online. I was being called late last night by government operatives saying, Bwana CEO, unafikiria hii kazi utafanya namna hii? Nasikia unafanya event mzuri na utu invite. I was like, but boss, the letter was on your table 3 months ago. Oh, hebu nitumie niangalie tena. So anyway, people have been following, and that means you are making a tremendous contribution to this community. I thank you. Gitao, over to you.
Thank you very much, Bwana CEO. So, before you leave, we have a small goodie pack for each and every one of you. And that's our thank you to you for coming to this forum. So I will only ask you 2 things, that you'll all exit through that door. And then once you pick your goodie pack, you can come this way and have tea and snacks, and let's engage some more. But I think I will not speak much after CEO has spoken. We can call the forum to a close. But thank you very much. Asante.